Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey, it's a Tuesday morning, and I'm still in a good mood. That's nice.
It's carrying over, baby.
It's nice when the Eagles win, and they win in impressive fashion, and we're all in a good mood and have smiles on our faces. Now, the question is, can it continue, and should it continue the way that it did? Can Jalen Hurts be a game manager? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I don't give a damn that it was just the Giants. It was the Saquon show. It was amazing to watch.
Him and the entire team, they just dominated an opponent, and that's what everyone is asked to see.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
And a good morning to you. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm in a good mood because the Eagles won, and the Eagles won by 25 points, and there's not much to yell and scream about. And for the people that go, you run it, you like it when they lose. No,
we like it when they win.
Believe it or not, we are Eagles fans. We just have to be a little bit more harsh when it comes to reality with this football team at times. But we are ultimately Eagles fans, and so I'm in a good mood, just like it seems like a lot of Eagles fans are in a good mood. But we are going to have a conversation that might not keep people in a good mood, Johnny.
Well, what would that be?
Whether or not the Eagles should make Jalen Hurts a game manager. And the reason why I know that might not put people in a good mood is because there are people that are very prideful of Jalen Hurts, very protective of Jalen Hurts, and there are buzzwords that people hear that make them upset, like the term regress. Jalen Hurts has regressed since 2022.
He has.
Doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback. No. He's just not as good as what he was in his best season of his NFL career. When people hear the term game manager, they think I want him to not do anything but just hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley. No, I want him to still throw the football. But I think there are ways to do it where it's not just deep shots downfield and it trying to be chunk play after chunk play after chunk play. Instead, do things underneath. Run the football. Use yourself run the football. Do things with Devontae Smith over the middle of the field. Go back to the slant routes with A.J. Brown. Don't try to junk it up too much, which is something that the Eagles obsess with as an organization, not a Kellen Moore thing. This is a philosophical belief in the Eagles organization that they want chunk plays and explosive plays. So our question today, right out the gate, should the Eagles make Jalen Hurts a game manager? And would you, as an Eagles fan, be okay with it?
I think that one of the things is when some of these conversations begin, they always begin with something that someone will choose to be biased about. Mm-hmm. I love the term game manager, but it also suits my personality. I'm regimented. I like routine. I like. I tend to be rather risk adverse.
Right.
I want the sure thing over the. I'm yelling to the person on Price is Right. You got $15,000 there that you can take in cash, or you can take a chance at a car. Take the $15,000, walk away. You won something.
Yesterday we had a guy, Connor. I don't know if you saw this. We had a guy tweet at us. He was 2 games away from hitting a 13-leg parlay. Matt, 13-leg parlay. $10 bet would have won him $21,000. Instead, the cash out option was
$42.26 on a $10 bet. $4,226.
And we both said cash out.
And he said, I cashed out. And thank God he did. He had Tampa Bay.
He had the Bucks and Chargers.
Right. Yeah, good call. Cash that. Get that $4,000.
He cashed out and he got his $42.26. I'm risk adverse. I would much rather say I won $4,000 on a $10 bet than say, yeah, let it ride. Let's try to win
21,000.
I'm not trying it. I can't do that. So to me, I look at game manager as a positive. I totally understand, though, in the age of video game football and a very dynamic passing game that a lot of fans prefer, that they look at that and go, boring. That's not what I want to be. I want my team to be sexy. I want them to have a sexy attack. I don't. I want to win.
Right.
I want to win.
Hold on a second. Now that leads to another question.
Is that a bias on my part, what I just said?
Well, can you win in a big picture way?
Can I tell you something that's going to tell you why? And we'll get.
Yes,
we'll get
please.
Do you think the Baltimore Ravens can win a Super Bowl this year?
Yes, of course.
Derrick Henry's their big name free agent.
Yes.
So similar to what we got with Saquon Barkley.
Absolutely.
Last night, when he was on the field for first down, they ran the ball 10 out of 16 times.
Yeah.
3 other times, Lamar Jackson ran it. You can be a run-first offense. You can go up against a defense like Tampa Bay's and say, here we go. The Eagles have a better offensive line than the Baltimore Ravens.
Wait, you mean
I
that
truly
same
believe.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers team that the Eagles decided to pass against?
You know what the Baltimore Ravens and John Harbaugh did last night with an inferior offensive line? They said, we're going to line up. We're going to tell you it's coming, and it's going to come 10 out of 16 times he was on the field. Derrick Henry ran the ball on first down. 3 other times, twice it was a scramble for Lamar.
Yeah.
And once it was a design run. So they ran 13 out of 16 times on first down. To me, you can be a run-first offense. And I think Lamar Jackson, as dynamic as he is a bit of a game manager. I really do. I think he's a game manager. And he's learned how to be a game manager. And by the way, it's gotten him a couple MVPs.
It has.
And maybe a third.
He could potentially get a third.
I mean, I didn't think as much, and I'm wrong on this. I did not think as much of Lamar Jackson coming out of college. I thought he was going to be too reckless with the football, too much of a freelancer. He's learned how to be a game manager, and he's freaking awesome at it.
Well, yes. But here's the thing. There's a team that constantly beats them to get to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And that's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
And last year's Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes goes 34 of 46 for 333 yards and 2 touchdown passes. They did run the ball 30 times. Pacheco, your lead back, 18
it was a great
times.
balance. Yeah.
But more passes than runs, of course. Whereas this past Sunday for the Eagles, it was 14 pass attempts for Jalen Hurts and 45 runs as a team.
Okay, if I ask you, in all honesty, truth serum to the entire Eagles fan base, what quarterback do you believe Jalen Hurts could more be like for his career? Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes?
Lamar Jackson, if you're asking me.
And that's what I believe. If everybody had truth serum, 95% of Eagles fans would say that.
And oh, by the way, that's a 2-time MVP.
Correct. It's not a put down.
Right.
It's great. It's a great thing. But Lamar Jackson has been put in an offense that absolutely is designed to the run sets up the pass, whereas Patrick Mahomes really has the freedom to freelance.
Yeah.
He has the freedom. Andy Reid, a little feature they did a couple weeks back. Every time he goes to the line of scrimmage, it's not an RPO, but there's a play call that's given to Patrick Mahomes, a pass play and a run play, and he gets to decide what to do with it once he surveys the defense. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
But you know what? He's Patrick Mahomes.
Right, and he can do some incredible things.
And I think it would behoove Jalen Hurts and bring him more success if a John Harbaugh type approach was being used, not a Patrick Mahomes type approach was being used for Jalen Hurts.
And again, people are going to hear the term game manager and they're going to look at it or hear it and go, "Oh my God, you guys think less of Jalen Hurts."
No.
Jared Goff, I would consider a game manager.
I absolutely would.
He's thrown for over 300 yards just twice this season. That's arguably the best team in the NFC. They run the football with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. They have an identity, which is something we'll get into in a couple of minutes. I don't understand why that term is thought of as some bashing term. I understand why, because if you go back to the days of Trent Dilfer, people called him a game manager, and obviously
and he was.
And Jalen Hurts is more talented than Trent Dilfer. But in today's NFL, and on a team like this, where you have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Saquon Barkley and Dallas Goedert when he's healthy, the offensive line that you have in front of him, game manager, you could still have a 20-plus yard play when it's a 5-yard route.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be shots downfield, which is something the Eagles are obsessed with. So the question today, should the Eagles make Jalen Hurts a game manager? And would you be okay with that? Because I know a lot of Eagles fans, out of pride, want him to be this gunslinger because a lot of people doubted him early on. And then the follow-up question is, can you win as a football team as a game manager, a quarterback with a game manager, kind of mentality? You can climb in 610-632-0975. Let's play some clips for you, and then we'll continue the discussion. The one reason why I think they never do it, the Eagles,
Is why?
they're obsessed with explosive plays.
I absolutely think you're correct.
And I tell you guys all the time, Jeffrey Lurie goes to Doug Peterson after the short week and Thursday night against Lambeau or Packers at Lambeau. They win. They're celebrating in the locker room, and Jeffrey Lurie asks why they ran the ball so much. I mean, this is after a win as an underdog on a short week. Like, that's what this organization believes in. We've talked to Andrew DiCecco multiple times. He says they still believe in it. Here's Nick Sirianni yesterday talking about explosive plays.
We talk a lot about explosive plays. Our definition of explosive plays is 40s majorly explosive. The definition of our explosive plays are 20, give or take. To create one that's double that even puts your chances of scoring up even more. Constantly want to be able to create those. We have the players to be able to create those. The guys have done a good job of, Jalen yesterday, I don't know how, I think the one to AJ was probably like 43. But what a great throw by Jalen. What a great route by AJ. Had a couple by Saquon yesterday. When you're able to hit those and be explosive, it gives you a better chance to score points.
So
Saquon had more explosive plays. The running game had more explosive plays than the passing game.
Correct. And notice there's two things that he said in that clip. He said, we want to keep on doing these. So that tells you one thing.
It's a desire.
And then he says more explosive plays means more chances of scoring. I understand the premise. That doesn't have to necessarily be true. You could put together a 15-play drive and score a touchdown.
When you run the ball, you can put together 6-7 minute drives that take up half of a quarter.
Right. That
absolutely then let your defense thrive because your defense is well rested. You can pin the ears back and get the hell after quarterbacks.
Right.
It benefits everything. It doesn't have to be this philosophy of identity. I think it's sizzle over steak. I will take a Ravens. Now, look, Ravens and Detroit both lost the title games last year.
Yes.
With, I would consider, game manager type quarterbacks first. Even though Jared Goff's getting to be a dynamic passer, it still is, he's a better quarterback than he's ever been.
Yeah.
Because he's in an offense with Ben Johnson that says, hey, we're going to do what makes more sense.
So speaking of that Lions team, they just beat the Vikings over the weekend on the road. Vikings get handed their first loss.
How was that, by the way? As far as the breakdown.
The scoring drives.
Yeah.
6 plays, 69 yards. Nice. 7 plays, 73 yards.
Right.
So two scoring drives under
fairly
10
quickly.
plays.
Yeah, fairly quick.
Then a 10-play, 72-yard drive, and then a 13-play, 85-yard drive. So one of the higher opponent offenses in the NFL, a team that has an identity.
Oh, yes.
A team that needed to score 31 points in order to win that football game because the Vikings were scoring as well. They had 2 drives of double-digit plays. It doesn't have to always be explosive plays. So it scares me when I hear Sirianni say, yeah, the more explosive plays that we can execute, the more chances we have scoring touchdowns. It's kind of like the boom or bust approach in Major League Baseball. If I swing for the fence, I could hit a home run and we could score a run. It might take 2 or 3 hits to score a run.
Yes.
If we're not swinging for the fences. But if you're not hitting home runs, if you're not hitting the 3-point shot in basketball and your shot's off that day, there's other ways of scoring. The obsession of certain things, and this is all analytically driven. Like, let's be honest.
Sure, absolutely.
Like, it is, a lot of it has to do with analytics and clock management. If we can go down the field and score an X amount of times, we believe that we're going to have the ball again to start the second half. That's why we defer when we win the coin toss, so that we can have the ball to start the second half, and we believe we will have the ball at the end of the first half and the start of the second half. Everything is driven by data and science and analytics.
And by the way, data that, again, doesn't exist.
Well, exactly.
Like deferring does not cause teams to, oh, my gosh, it's so much better, you're going to win more. It doesn't. So it's almost 50-50.
Right.
Like whether you get the ball first or get the ball second as far as winning a game. But people obsess on these ideas that it's going to pay off.
Right. They believe that is something that will work down the road.
Correct.
And so, I hear Nick Sirianni say that, and I go, Nick, I get it. I get why you would say that you want explosive plays. I get why of course, you mentioned the Madden offense, right?
Yeah, that's what people are playing video games. A whole generation of,
right.
It's what it is. Let's play. It's sexy to throw the ball downfield all the time. I think nothing's sexier than a Monday morning when we win.
I just watched the Eagles play their best game of the season where Jalen Hurts threw the ball 14 times.
I thought Sunday's game was as boring an Eagles game as far as the approach that you could take. And it was so damn rewarding. It was awesome. It was awesome. I mean, I enjoyed every bit of it in the fourth quarter with my feet up.
Yeah, of course.
Not stressing. Not wondering what were we going to talk about the next morning.
No, today it was an easy day yesterday. It's an easy day today. So, should the Eagles make Jalen Hurts a game manager quarterback? Speaking of identity, here's Nick Sirianni talking about how it always changes.
Identity, you do have something that you hang your hat on, and I think that's always your core values. And then our identity is constantly adjusting, changing, figuring it out as the year goes. Changes a little bit based off who you're playing, because we really take pride in our identity being our core values, being a team, playing with great detail, playing with toughness, being accountable. Team stuff is constantly adjusting, and sometimes the identity and the game is to run it as much as we did yesterday, and sometimes the identity is to pass it a bunch. I think that's just constantly changing.
Identity is not game plan.
In 21 is the only time under Nick Sirianni that I've seen this team actually adjust its quote-unquote identity.
Correct.
They decided we can't win at 2-5. We cannot win doing it the way we think we're doing.
Having Hurts dropping back 40 times.
I hope that Sunday afternoon was the wake-up call to say, you know what? Let's make this more like 21.
Yeah.
And it doesn't now. But by the way, this is 21 where you didn't have A.J. Brown and you didn't have you only had Devontae Smith.
And you don't have Saquon Barkley back then.
I mean, right now, being 21 is not a problem at all.
No, and when I hear him say identity is game plan, no, it's not.
Nope.
No, it's not. Like, you can have a run-first identity, but the game calls for throwing the football.
Yes.
But to say that identity and game plan is the same thing is nonsense.
I think what it is you're trying to shoehorn what you want to do into being your identity. Whereas instead, conversely, I believe it should be my personnel, gives us our best chance to win is then going to evolve, and that will become our identity, and we'll cater everything we do to it.
Right.
I think that just makes the most sense.
In terms of completion percentage this year, Jalen Hurts has played in 6 games. When he has completed at least 70% of his passes, they're 2-1, and the one loss was the Falcons game, where if they hand the football off, they win the football game.
Yes.
And so his completion percentage is above 70%, and they'd be 3-0. In the other games, Buccaneers, 60%. They lost. Packers, they win the football game.
And scored the most points they have all year.
They have.
Yes.
Jalen Hurts also turned the ball over twice. I don't blame him for the fumble.
Yeah, I don't blame him for the fumble.
But, 3 turnovers for the offense.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you just say to yourself look, this is a way you can win. And it's laid out for you can win. No, but I'd rather try to win this way. But this is your best chance to win. Nah, I'd still rather try to win this way. It doesn't make sense. And I think Nick Sirianni's woken up to it.
Well,
I really do.
So.
I really do. And I don't think this man is a dope that some people paint him to be. I really do not. I think he's a guy that is an ideologue. I think Nick Sirianni wants to be the sexy chunk play, wild, wide open offense. I think he wants that to be their identity.
Genius.
And instead, he's going to push everything that he's got into making that fact. Instead of doing what Detroit's learned to do under Dan Campbell, what John Harbaugh does. Harbaugh's done it for his entire identity.
I don't think we can rightly call Detroit a team that doesn't take chances on offense.
I didn't say that they did.
Well, we're talking about going for the big plays. They go for fake punts every week, and they're throwing down the field. Detroit, say what you want about Jared Goff. They're a shot offense now. They have better running backs than the average team in the NFL, but they are not afraid to take shots down the field.
You know what it is?
No, I'm not saying every pass has to be within 5 yards.
It doesn't have to be short little things.
Well, that's not. I'll look up the average yards per attempt for Jared Goff in passing. I'll check that out during the commercial break. But I mentioned, their scoring drives. One of them was only a 6-play drive. You know why? Because Jahmyr Gibbs ran for 45 yards and scored a touchdown. It was a run. It's part of their identity.
Here's a weird one for you. You don't even have to look it up. He's leading the NFL in yards per completion. Okay, Jared Goff. Jared Goff, when asked about it, because I knew we were going to talk about this morning, Jared Goff says the threat of the run makes your passing game so much more effective.
Yes.
And when you lead with your chin, you've got them on their heels from the first quarter on. When asked about how successful their passing game's being, he credits his running backs and says when you lead with the chin of the running game, passing game's more dangerous.
So, would love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Should the Eagles try to make Jalen Hurts a game manager, right? What the Ravens do with Lamar, what the Lions do with Jared Goff. Obviously, Jared Goff does not have the mobility that Jalen Hurts has. And would you be okay with it? Do you think you can win that way? And are you okay with Jalen Hurts not doing the stuff that you wanted him to do following the 2022 Super Bowl? Coming up next, we'll discuss more of this. Also, the reason why we can even have this conversation is the dominance of Saquon Barkley. And my God, Reuben Frank put together an article with Saquon stats, and they're amazing to see. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Hurts limiting the turnovers. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. Our question today, should the Eagles try to turn Jalen Hurts into a game manager and go against what their organizational belief is, which is chunk plays and shots downfield? And that does not mean completely getting rid of them. He attempted 14 passes on Sunday, and he did attempt 2 shots downfield to A.J. Brown, one of which, by the way, was a touchdown pass.
And a perfect
throw.
touchdown pass.
So that doesn't mean that was
beautiful.
Doesn't mean get rid of it.
No,
it doesn't
beautiful.
mean just do everything underneath and mesh concepts and keep throwing into the flat and curl routes. But no, every once in a while you're allowed to take a shot downfield. It just shouldn't be their identity. I don't like that Nick Sirianni still doesn't know what an identity is when he's saying the identity can change week in, week out, just like a game plan.
And does the identity of the Chiefs change weekly?
No.
The identity of the 49ers change weekly?
Well, yeah,
No.
because they lose a player every week.
Yeah, that's true. And Brandon Ayuk done now.
That is the truth.
Yeah.
We'll talk about all those injuries
We
coming
will.
up because it's a big story. But, I mean, no. If you're a championship caliber franchise, if you're a franchise that has a chance to win a Super Bowl, your identity is absolutely static. You can do different things,
Of course.
but your identity is something that can be identified from a block away.
Like, you know what that team is going to come
Correct.
in here and do. Now, Connor, so to your point.
Thank you.
What point? We're not thanking you for anything.
See, you always need to be careful with your victory laps because sometimes a sniper could take out your calf midway through your run because there's other information that you need to know. See, you got
Andrew's not threatening to shoot
gotta
Connor
slow
at
your
this
roll.
point, but
No, I'm talking about
I'm
like
not feeling as safe in this producer studio.
the Daniel Jones sniper that took him out a few years ago, right?
Oh, that was
So I looked up the average yards per pass. Leaders,
Okay.
And you have not completion, per pass attempt.
per pass attempt.
And Jared Goff and the Lions are at number 1.
That's where I got the quote from when he was asked about it.
And that's why Connor's ready to do a victory lap because Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are at number 2. But I noticed something. The top 10 teams in average yards per attempt. Lions, Ravens, Niners, so obviously Goff and Lamar
Sure.
and Brock Purdy. Vikings, Commanders, Bucks, Packers, Bengals, Bills, Eagles. Eagles coming in at number 10. 7 of those 10 teams are in the top 10 for overall rush attempts this year, too.
Correct.
Because
And just go down that list again. Baltimore, Detroit this year. Mm-hmm. Who are some of the others?
San Francisco,
San
injuries
Francisco.
clearly
So
killing
you got
them.
teams that lead with the run,
Right.
Yeah.
But
to set up the pass, not vice versa.
yeah, that's not the initial question, though. You can absolutely lead with the run, and it doesn't turn Jalen Hurts into a game manager. Like, you can lead with the run with a great quarterback. That's totally fine, and I'm totally comfortable with that. And I think that's how the Eagles should do it. But it doesn't make Jalen Hurts a game manager. It doesn't mean you can win with a game manager.
Well, and again, it goes back to semantics. What are we calling a game manager? Again, I don't think Jalen
I
Hurts.
think you have a negative. I think, and you can explain, Connor, when you hear game manager, what you mean, because I think from his comment there, it sounds like you have a
the negative buzzword.
You have a negative buzzword to
Absolutely.
it, which we do not have. What do you think when you hear it?
Game managers are great in October and November and December. And then in January and February, you run into Mahomes or you run into Allen or you run into a Rodgers back in the day.
Good thing they're all in the AFC, Connor.
I understand. But guess what? Are we going to be cool with the NFC Championship game this year? Or is this team's goal to win the Super Bowl? Because
Okay, who
whoever
would
comes,
you have to beat?
probably Patrick Mahomes.
No.
Oh,
if you won
coming
the
out of-
NFC Championship.
Detroit and Jared Goff. Most
Okay.
likely, they're the best team in the
Okay,
NFC
who else?
right now.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
or San Francisco once they get healthy.
San Fran, if they get healthy.
Okay, so you're talking
a
about
Bucks team that demolishes you.
So two guys that you're literally not saying that they're the gun. It's to set up the run for the pass.
Yeah.
No. That's a different argument. Setting up a run for the
No, but the
pass
thing
does
is-
not force a quarterback to be a game manager.
Thing is, could Brock Purdy have a Super Bowl by now? Absolutely. He could absolutely. He was in position to
Yeah,
win a
he's been
Super
in the
Bowl.
Super Bowl,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Just like Jalen Hurts, he could have a Super Bowl right now. He was in position to win a Super Bowl. It's not like, well, it just didn't happen, so that means that guy can't win.
Yeah, but like Jimmy G could have one by now. We
He
can't
could.
do. We
Yeah,
can't
he
do the
could.
coulda,
He
shoulda,
could.
woulda thing.
I think he went to 3 NFC title games.
Okay,
Jimmy
well-
G and a Super Bowl. A game manager can get you a chance to win. And by the way, Jimmy G was up by 10 in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl. And it wasn't because of Jimmy G that they lost.
You say that, but to me, it's always going to be when you're winding down and the Lombardi Trophy is on the line, who is the guy that's going to make a big play because they've been making big plays all year because that's the quarterback that they are. And it ain't a game manager.
I think you're right about that, except the fact is they didn't lose the Super Bowl up 10 in the fourth quarter because of Jimmy Garoppolo. They were winning. They were on their way to a title, and their defense blew it. Their defense lost.
They got the ball back after their defense gave up points, and Jimmy G doesn't have the capability to quick strike, go down, and battle Mahomes. You need a guy that does have that. And if you're going to turn Jalen Hurts into a game manager, you're restricting him to the point where I don't think you could beat a player of that caliber.
Well, the question is whether or not you think he is still of the caliber of a Patrick Mahomes, which I never thought he was, right? Like, I don't think he's that guy that can pick you apart going down the field throwing the football. Like, I do think it needs to be a more balanced attack with Jalen Hurts. And that's why when we get into the conversation about game manager, everybody takes it differently, right? You're clearly taking it differently.
I think a lot of people take it your way, by the way, Connor. I don't think
agree.
It's like I'm not looking at you, and it just happens that Andrew and I are on the same side on this.
I mean,
I don't think people are looking, I don't think people hear Connor's explanation and go, man, that's like a stupid take. I think a lot of people feel the way you do.
In my opinion, like in my experience, most people view game manager the way that I interpret it right here in like that kind of negative connotation. To me, when you guys bring up game manager, you sound like just you're describing a good quarterback. Like game manager to me is someone who dinks and ducks their way down the field and you don't try and do too much and you don't try and take the big chunk plays because your team is going to work around you. And I don't know that, like, Jalen Hurts is capable of being more than that to me.
Could the Eagles win a Super Bowl with their talent with a good quarterback?
Yes.
Yes. They could. They could.
Look,
Absolutely could.
You have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Saquon Barkley, and Dallas Goedert, and that offensive line.
You can win with a good quarterback who doesn't turn the ball over, who gets the ball into the hands of his playmakers.
You can get close. But tell me why the San Francisco 49ers don't have a ring in this era where they've had these guys.
Well, their defense has betrayed them in critical moments. I can point to games and just say, here, look at the game. Their defense caved. Their defense caved last year in the Super Bowl. Caved. The defense, which was supposed to be their hard-nosed identity.
Well, they had a guy hurt, like an important player hurt immediately in the Super Bowl on a freak play.
They absolutely did.
But, like, the Super Bowl to me is a quarterback v. quarterback duel. We saw it when the Birds won one. We saw it when the Birds lost one.
Yeah.
And when you get to, and I'm not saying game manager is a bad thing.
Right.
But if your goal is to win a Super Bowl, your bar should be higher.
Well, it should be. But if you don't have the guy that you, again, I don't
Like you can't trade for somebody.
I don't believe Jalen Hurts is Patrick Mahomes.
I don't either.
And so if that's the case, and if you believe you need to have Patrick Mahomes in order to win, then the conversation's over, and we should start talking about the Sixers.
No, but you need a guy close enough that he could theoretically win that type of game.
Right, and I don't know if Jalen Hurts is close enough. I did not think that 2022 would continue, but I don't think he stinks.
Well, what happened? Okay, just to that, to taking what Connor's saying there to you, take it to the next degree. What happened since 2022 then to Jalen Hurts? Like, what happened? Because he dueled on the biggest stage.
Yes, he did.
He dueled throw for throw, play for play, and I'll tell you, he forever made me a believer that day. Like, he forever made me a believer that it's it's in there. I just don't know what has happened.
I also do wonder if film, which is a big thing for teams, has pointed out some weaknesses or flaws in Jalen Hurts' game. Let's face it, he had his best year of his career in 2022, and it's gone, I don't want to say downhill in like a negative way, but it has regressed since 2022. And so maybe there is film out there. And so maybe they realize this is some stuff that we can do to neutralize Jalen Hurts so that he isn't the quarterback we saw in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, which was one of the best performances we ever saw in our lifetimes, right? It was amazing.
No question. It was the game that will forever make me believe that on a big stage, I'm always going to think Jalen has that potential in him.
Right. And here's the thing. I'm not talking about being a game manager with LeGarrette Blount, with all due respect, in the backfield.
Hey, 2-time in a row Super Bowl champion.
I'm not talking about DeAndre Swift. I'm talking about Saquon Barkley, who is one of the best running backs over the last decade. Right? It's him and Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey, right? Like, these three guys are clearly the top 3 running backs over the last decade in the NFL. So I'm not asking to have Jalen Hurts be a game manager with Kenneth Gainwell as your lead back. I'm asking it with Saquon Barkley, and then every once in a while, play action pass to A.J. Brown. I'm not asking him to check down the Nay Brown. I'm asking him to check it down to A.J. Brown, who could do stuff with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, this is crazy to me, though, because for like 99% of your sports opinions, you are Mr. Raise the Bar. And on this, you're let's keep him in a place where he can do what he's comfortable doing. And that's crazy to me, considering it's the single most important position in sports that clearly defines the ceiling of a team.
Okay, do you believe, okay, this is very philosophical, but do you believe that there's differences in jobs? Like, if you're a boss, you identify the talent you've got on your roster and you say, you know what? I think this guy's good in this role. I don't want to elevate him to that role because I don't think he's ready for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that's the job of a head coach in football.
That's why they never let me work the drive-thru at Chick-fil-A.
That's right.
They said he's good at the cash register, but he's not good at the drive-thru. So we're going to keep him at the cash register. He can count the change. He just can't take the orders. All right, he's got the little screen in front of him.
Isn't the easy job the person who takes the order?
Not when you screw it up every
I didn't know if you meant.
How'd you screw up the
You
drive-thru?
screwed up a Chick-fil-A order?
I crushed the drive-thru, and I was a moron.
I don't know.
Still
Well,
am, baby.
I'm going to
Listen,
vote
man.
for that, Connor. I agree with you.
My 4 months at Chick-fil-A was memorable. All right,
Have a blessed day.
Coming up next, I'm going to give you some Saquon Barkley stats that leads us to being able to have this conversation. Again, we're not asking Jalen Hurts to be a game manager with John Kincade in the backfield, even though I do think you could get a yard in the NFL.
I run like I have a piano on my back.
I'm talking about Saquon Barkley being the guy in the backfield that leads to this discussion. Reuben Frank has 10 insane stats. I'll throw them at you as the show goes on. I'll give you one next. And, of course, your text messages at 610-632-0975 right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni.
We really take pride in our identity and being our
On Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We check the text line in a minute. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. You can also call, and it's the same phone number. Our question today is whether or not the Eagles should focus on Jalen Hurts being more of a game manager. And I know we're going to have to kind of reset this conversation 500 times today because people will hear the term game manager and take it in a negative way. And no, we don't believe Jalen Hurts should attempt 14 passes every single week. Like next week against the Bengals, if they have their stuff together, can put up points. So the Eagles might need Jalen Hurts to drop back 25 to 30 times. I just don't believe he's a quarterback that should be dropping back 40 to 45 times. Not just him himself, it's also the pieces around you. If it was not Saquon Barkley, it's a different story. But because it is Saquon Barkley, you can do these things. You can manage the game differently. You can have an identity.
As the boss, put your employees in the best position to succeed. Jalen Hurts is not in the best position to succeed when he's throwing the ball. When he's throwing 2-1, that's usually a recipe for disaster for the Eagles, not a recipe for success.
All right.
When he's passing too much, it's usually bad news.
Yeah, it usually is. Okay, so I have some stats for you. I'll throw these at you throughout the entire show. Ruben Frank always does a great job. He
does.
10 complete.
Doesn't like me, but he's a really great writer. I love his stuff.
10 completely insane Saquon Barkley stats was the article that was posted yesterday. I'll read you number one, then we'll check the text line. With 658 yards, a 6.1 average, and 5 touchdown runs, Barkley is only the 7th running back in NFL history with those numbers through 6 games. The others,
7th?
The others are Hall of Famers Jim Brown, Jim Taylor, O.J. Simpson, Terrell Davis, and should-be Hall of Famer Jamal Lewis and future Hall of Famer Adrian Peterson. Barkley's 658 rushing yards are most ever by an Eagles running back after 6 games. LaShawn McCoy had the previous high with 630 in his 2013 All-Pro season. That's just number one, actually. That sounded like 5 different stats in one.
Okay, that was just number one?
There's 10 total. So I'll throw more and more at you as the show goes on. But again, the reason why we can have this conversation is because of the man in the backfield. If it's DeAndre Swift, it's a different story. It's Saquon freaking Barkley.
And more importantly, like I just watched last night and watched that Derrick Henry. And
yeah.
I did not want Derrick Henry last year, so I raised my hand.
I said the one team I didn't want to see him go
Dallas.
to. No, it was Baltimore.
I didn't want to see him go to Dallas.
I didn't want to see him go to Baltimore because I expected not this level, but I expected him to have a bit of a resurgence because of the threat with Lamar Jackson.
I never cared. I never tend to care when guys go to other conferences, but I was like, yeah, Derrick Henry, that's a lot of wear on those tires.
Yeah.
That's a smart one, John. Yeah, it's smart.
Look, what are you going to do?
Don't go on the used car lot with that one because he is fantastic, and he looks like he has plenty of burst. And Saquon, honestly, is running like he was 22.
Yeah, well, because it's not 8 men in the box every
That's
single
part
time
of it. Yes, it is.
He was in a terrible situation in New York. All right, Connor, what do we have on the text line so far this morning?
So we have everybody in the world checking in on this game manager conversation with Jalen Hurts. A lot of people to start off. So we'll go with this one. No name, but they say, listen to yourselves, accepting less. Jared Goff is not a game manager. He throws for 30 touchdowns. You need to be able to create that type of production if you want to be a Super Bowl contender.
Well, hold on. This goes back to the old talking point of, all right, Hurts may throw for 22, but he'll run for 10.
Right, exactly.
And so 32 touchdowns is 32 touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly. Give me the same. Jared Goff and Jalen Hurts produce the same amount of touchdowns.
And that's a weak talking point from national media members that try to diminish what Jalen Hurts accomplishes. Again, I believe, a positive discussion on Jalen Hurts.
I do too, but it will. I guarantee you,
it's going to rub people the wrong way.
It will be taken as a negative, like you're bashing Jalen Hurts. We're not in this situation at all.
I don't think Jalen, like when you did your preseason prediction of 65 million yards passing.
30 touchdowns, 4,500 yards passing.
I thought the yardage was a possibility. I did not think the passing touchdowns was because they run the football in the red zone, whether it's him or Saquon Barkley. And just look at last week. I mean, it's again 2 push touchdowns. He had Saquon Barkley open.
Yes, he did.
Instead, he doesn't throw it to him,
Right.
and they get the push touchdown. So you might not get your 30 touchdown passes, but you might get your 30 touchdowns where Jalen Hurts is involved.
Well, I'm going to get 30 touchdowns from Jalen Hurts. That's going to happen.
He's probably already got, 4 or 5 rushing touchdowns?
That's going to happen. But to me, I still wanted to see more in the passing game, and I was basing that on what the history is when you look at a guy like Kellen Moore and what he tends to accomplish.
He has 7 touchdown passes this year and 4 rushing touchdowns.
So he has 11 already.
So he has 11.
We're going to get 30 out of Jalen Hurts.
He's got 11 total touchdowns. I believe Jared Goff has 10 touchdown passes, and didn't he catch a touchdown?
He did.
So
they ran the Phillies special, I think.
They both have,
bastards,
through 6 games,
It's a play.
11 total touchdowns.
Yep.
Different ways.
Different ways of doing it, and it's the same, but it's the same result, same points, same everything.
And their team is identity of running the football. The Lions are. The Eagles should get to
And
that.
in this market, I always hear how Jared Goff sucks. Baker Mayfield sucks. They're terrible quarterbacks. They're terrible. Yeah, they're not. They're not terrible. They're good quarterbacks. And I think that it's okay. You can win with good quarterbacks in the NFL.
Top 15. It's pretty much all you got to be, it seems.
I think it's unfair to say, the way the points are scored don't matter.
Why do you think that's unfair?
Well, because the style of offense, the quickness of the way you can score those points, the time of the game
quickness may hurt your defense.
It may,
It could.
or it could,
It
when
would.
you get the ball back with a minute left, could
And
win
you
you a
might
game.
need to go downfield and score with quickly. I wonder the Falcons. Remember they won the game.
Yes.
But they run first with Bijan and
Yes, they do.
and Algier. They run first. So I believe the Eagles can score quickly if they need to, but that should not be their identity going into a game. They should not be worried about scoring quickly. They should just be worried about scoring.
Good discourse on a Tuesday morning.
Damn right.
Good.
So we'll get more of that coming up next. And I want to ask this question specifically for the people that say no. Why don't you want Jalen Hurts to be more of a game manager? Is it because you don't think they can win that way, which I think is Connor's point, or is there personal pride? We'll discuss more of that coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Optic.
a.m. on this Tuesday morning, a beautiful Tuesday. This week freaking rules.
Oh, my gosh. It was warm yesterday.
Yeah, no, I was in shorts and a T-shirt and flip-flops. I'm in flip-flops this morning.
We were not.
Actually, I'm barefoot as we speak. Is that weird?
Yeah, that's
very,
weird.
bro. Put
that's
your shoes
freaking
on.
weird.
The dogs are out right now.
That's sort of weird.
Put the dogs away.
By the way, tell me you never, and I mean this, in all honesty, tell me you never do that on a plane.
I go shoes off.
No. Do you do flip-flops on a plane? Do you do flip-flops off on a plane?
No, because I don't want to walk around.
Because you're one of the worst human beings in the world if you do.
I don't want to walk around an airport without
flip-flops.
sneakers. Yeah. I don't
For
want
God's sakes. Because nowadays I was on a flight in the past year with a guy in a literal tank top, armpits exposed,
Oh, man.
and flip-flops. And I'm like, are you serious?
Where was the flight to?
Where were we going? We were going to
one of your fancy resorts?
No, we were going. No, yeah, you know what it was? It was.
Yeah, so he was just
No.
in the
I don't need to see your armpit hair ever.
If
on
you're
a
flying
plane.
to Jamaica, you better be in a 3-piece suit around John Kincade.
No, just dress in some sort of. I don't need to see your armpit hair.
I'll take
and I most certainly do not need to see your bare feet.
What about socks? I take the sneaks off.
You have socks on?
Yeah.
I got no problem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
the
had no
feet
problem.
were on the same page.
I have no
with.
problem at all. If you take your shoes off and you've got socks on,
Yeah.
no deal.
Well,
the
the dogs are out right now.
no problem at all. No, the thing is, though,
let the dogs out.
your feet do not smell, I
Thank
think.
you. Thank you very much.
I think, but if they start to, I will tell the audience and shame you.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, I think
right.
everyone's breakfast has been thoroughly ruined.
No,
Let's
because they
move.
smell fine. If they smelled gross, the breakfast would be ruined.
I've worked
feet
with
in
people
general
who had
ruined.
bad smelling feet that smelled like Fritos when they took off their.
That's our buddy Jamie. All right. Should the Eagles make Jalen Hurts more of a game manager, and would you be okay with that? So, Connor, you say no because you don't think you can win with that style of quarterback play.
I don't think you can win it all. I think you can win a lot of football games.
Right.
But I don't think you can win it all.
Now,
Do you think Nick Foles was that guy, Connor?
Not when he played in the postseason the final two games.
No. Is Nick Foles is Nick Foles a Patrick Mahomes type? Nick Foles is
Patrick Mahomes is not the only guy who
No,
is.
but I got you. But Nick Foles is a below mediocre NFL quarterback for his career. Below mediocre.
Sure, but I think there's an argument to be made that Nick Foles has been a gunslinger at points. And also, he for sure was over those two games. And it's not like who the quarterback is, it's what they can be. Like, to win the Super Bowl, you will have to play a game or two like that.
right.
So would you rather have a guy that you could maybe one day transform into that guy like Nick Foles did? Or would you rather build that guy over the course of a season so we know he's capable of having
Who's
those
a better
games?
gunslinger, Kirk Cousins or Nick Foles?
I would say Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins by a country mile. And Kirk Cousins doesn't win jack in the
Right.
postseason. Josh Allen. Better gunslinger.
Yeah, he's a gunslinger.
Josh Allen loses
Bad example. He loses the one guy.
Mahomes, yeah. Now, look, here's the thing.
Yeah.
So, Connor, you don't think you just said you can win a lot of games with that kind of style of play, but you don't think you can win a Super Bowl.
That style of quarterback.
That
you
style
can
of
be a
quarterback.
run-first style of play.
Well, what if you can get to the playoffs and have a high seed, but your quarterback can still do it? We've seen Jalen Hurts do it, right? So why can't you try to have a high seed throughout the regular season? You're still going to take shots downfield. Like, I don't want people thinking that we're doing
No, we're not playing
3 yards in a cloud of dust and, 45 rushing attempts a game. What they did on Sunday will be an outlier, right? Even after this discussion, even if the Eagles realize that's something that they should focus on, that game's going to be an outlier where he only attempted to throw the ball 14 times, right? It's going to be a lot of times where he's in the higher 20s
Sure.
to low 30s. But instead of going away from the run, instead of starting the game, if you go back to the game that just happened on Sunday, 14 pass attempts for Jalen Hurts, I think he dropped back half of those times in the first 3 drives.
It was
then
early
they
on.
turned to the run, and that's when all of a sudden you saw the Eagles' offense, find new life.
I think he was 4 for 5 in the first quarter or something. Like, I think 5 of them came in the first quarter, 6 of them.
Right,
Like
and then he
that.
got sacked twice, so he dropped
Right.
back a couple more times. When they started running the football was when the offense started winning the football game in impressive fashion.
I don't care how my team wins games.
As long as you win games. But then come playoff time, to Connor's point, I get what he's saying, but we know Jalen Hurts can do it.
Yes, we know he can.
So maybe you manage differently throughout the regular season so that you could get to the playoffs healthy and so that you can have a high seed, because that still does matter in the NFL. Not many times are the lower seeds finding their ways to the Super Bowl.
No, not often. I got to win a division first in my mind. So whatever way is going to win me a division, and by the way, the Washington Commanders are going to be a problem.
Correct.
That it's a problem. So my first thing has to be whatever it takes me to win games, and then I can worry about style points later.
Now,
How I win.
Well, for sure.
But I'm curious. So I understand your reasoning, Connor, as to why you wouldn't want to do this. I do believe there is a section of this fan base that doesn't want to do it for another reason.
What's that?
Personal pride.
I don't understand. Go on.
I think there are people that want Jalen Hurts to drop back 30 to 40 times a game and be successful at it. And then people say, see, this is why you shouldn't have doubted him. I'm sure there's somebody in the car right now that's upset that we're even asking the question about potentially not having him throw the ball 40 times. I do believe this guy has a winning mentality.
I think
I believe he
I think
is-
he absolutely has a winning approach.
He is a winner.
His work ethic, I think at times his attitude sucks.
Yeah.
His mopiness, his passive aggressiveness sucks. But I think he can't be the perfect. I'm not asking him to be the perfect quarterback.
Right. I also do believe that Jalen Hurts, speaking of mindset of winning mentality, I believe he's okay no matter how he plays as long as they win.
I absolutely believe that.
I don't think he cares that he only threw the ball 14 times.
I saw the joy on his face Sunday. It's the happiest I've seen him look since maybe the end of the Buffalo game last year.
There's a great picture of him, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and Sidney Brown in the locker room after the win. All smiles.
On the field, he was smiling ear to ear. He was loving life because I believe Jalen Hurts is unselfish like that.
Yeah, he wants to win.
I think it's part of it. His DNA is as you say, is of a winner.
Right.
Where he wants to do, he is not worried about the stat sheet.
But I do believe there are people that want Jalen Hurts to be something he may not be, so that they can say, I told you so.
I got
you. I'm sure there are some people that just because of the contract want him to do more.
One of our favorite Eagle follows, you and I both, we love Real Mama.
Yes,
Real
Mama Eagle.
She's a great follow and great interactions. But she is one of those people that every time Jalen Hurts is criticized by anybody for even legitimate stuff, it's like, here they are again after Jalen Hurts. When in reality, Jalen Hurts has got to own some of this stuff himself.
Yes. Now, I do believe some of her premise is, why don't they say that about Joe Burrow?
Well, yeah.
Like a lot of people were waiting for Dan Orlovsky to rip Aaron Rodgers, and he didn't do it.
Well, like this radio show, we've said it about Joe Burrow. We say it about Josh Allen.
Yeah.
We say it about other quarterbacks. And the thing is that's what you have to do, and you have to be legitimate with your critique. And I bet you she encounters a lot of hosts and everything that do not.
Yeah, I'm sure. And again, the only reason why this conversation happens is because they have Saquon Barkley.
Yes.
The conversation doesn't happen if it's DeAndre Swift, if it's going back to the Super Bowl year, LeGarrette Blount, right? You have this conversation because you have a future Hall of Famer who still looks very fresh in the backfield. Speaking of which, how about another Reuben Frank stat on Saquon Barkley?
Let's hear it.
Barkley's 10.4 rushing average Sunday is third highest in Eagles history by a back with a minimum of 15 carries, and the highest in 59 years. Timmy Brown, I know you're a big fan of his.
59 years?
I know you were a big Timmy Brown fan back in 1965.
Absolutely.
Averaged 11.6 yards per carry in a game against the Browns.
As a baby, I really enjoyed that performance.
And I know you definitely had a Swede Hansen jersey. Back in 1934, Swede Hansen averaged 10.6 yards per carry against the Cincinnati Reds, 18 carries for 190 yards. The Eagles won 64-0 in that game, by the way.
By the way, it was a great game. And the Monday afterwards, though, they were still killing the quarterback.
They were still killing the quarterback.
They're still killing the quarterback on Sports Talk Radio here in town.
But Saquon Barkley's Sunday average, third highest in Eagles franchise history. By the way, that game where Swede Hansen ran the way he did at Old Temple Stadium.
Really?
How about that in West Oak Lane, man?
That's unbelievable.
All right, let's go to David in Jersey. Then we'll check out our text line. And then John has an interesting Kellen Moore question that we're going to get to. What's up, David? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, David.
I think a lot of fans want the Patrick Mahomes experience in the entire NFL, like every team. Well, we don't have Patrick Mahomes. We have Jalen Hurts, obviously. He's a dual-threat quarterback. Let him do what he does. If he makes plays with his legs, get those easy yards, run the ball to Barkley, and keep pressing. You're absolutely correct. Winning games is what every fan wants. So why not do it to their strength?
Yeah, I don't give a flip about how they win a game. I'm a selfish guy. I'm wondering about Monday morning. And I will literally at some point text Andrew and Connor on a Sunday afternoon and say, well, we got a good Monday, boys.
Right.
Because we got wins. I want to win. I want to win.
How happy Jalen looked. He looked like he was like having the best time of his life, and we haven't seen that in so long. So if that's what it takes for him to be happy and I don't want to say a team player because
he is a team.
He's a team.
He's
player.
a team player. I guarantee you that.
But it really showed emotional happiness, which carried forward to the team all playing together. The synergy was awesome.
I'm going to tell you this about Jalen.
And thanks for the call, David.
Thanks, Dave. Be careful on the roads. I am a believer that part of the joy of football was sucked out of Jalen Hurts.
I do believe that to be the case.
I think he's a coach's son, which means after a game, instead of just getting your juice box when you're little,
right,
or your high school game where everybody's going out to go grab a pizza and
breaking down
meet
what
the
went right and
cheerleaders.
wrong.
Dad's talking to you about what was good. Get back in there, get some extra work in. It's a different life. And then he played for Nick Saban. And I can tell you from firsthand experience and knowing many people that played for Coach, he didn't take the joy out of the game for them, but he made the game a business.
Yeah, it was a job.
Because from the time he recruited players coming out of high school, he recruited them saying to their moms and dads and to them, I'm going to get you paid for playing football.
Right.
And I think that at that point, he was a junior and senior in high school, and he was being told, this is a job.
Right. That could
and
be
I
it.
think for Jalen, there's very little joy in anything but the process. It did pay off for him getting paid.
It did.
But he is
and getting to a Super Bowl 2 years ago.
But Jalen Hurts is a team player. He doesn't give a damn about that stat sheet. And I have seen professional athletes that can't wait. I've seen the PR people come around, they print off stat sheets, and they give them off to the media after the game.
Right.
I have seen professional athletes in all sports, not in the NBA because I really don't do NBA locker rooms much. Hey, give me one of those.
Yeah, they want to see.
They can't wait to get their hands on the stat sheet. I guarantee you Jalen Hurts doesn't give one. I bet you he does not even ask PR.
Yeah, he wants to win.
For one of them. He wants to win.
All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text or call. Same number, 610-632-0975.
All right, we have all of our texts coming in on this. Now, someone says Jared Goff is a perfect game manager. Throws 20 to 25 passes a game, leans on the run game, and the defense keeps them in games to continue using the run throughout. That should be what Jalen Hurts is.
Yeah, and look, game manager, here's another part to the conversation. Game manager doesn't necessarily also have to be the quarterback itself. It could be your team's identity.
Okay, go on with that.
Like we've seen Jared Goff throw when he was with the Rams and got to a Super Bowl.
Yes.
He attempted a lot of passes. That was not
He attempted more passes than he attempts in Detroit.
Right. That wasn't
because that was Sean
run
McVay.
First.
Right.
Yeah, that wasn't a run
Whoa.
first.
They had Todd Gurley.
Yes, they did.
Todd Gurley was the best piece he had.
But he threw the football a lot.
Right.
Here in Detroit, he's the same quarterback. He hasn't changed. It's his arm didn't get changed. He didn't get an arm transplant. It's the same guy. But that team is, all right, we're going to run with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Everybody knows it. And then it's going to set up the pass. It's going to be stuff in the slot with Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's going to be deep shots to Jameson Williams when he's not gambling or taking PEDs. He's now suspended 2 weeks. And then it's going to be other stuff with Sam Laporta. Like, their offense is pretty similar week in and week out. It's just how they run the football might change week in and week out. So Jared Goff on that team is a perfect game manager. But he can also, if they need him to throw the football, do that.
Yeah. To me, game manager is a restrictive term. It means that's all you are. When you call someone that, it is restricting them to that level. I think there's a different term that doesn't even exist for what you want Jalen Hurts to be, which is fall into the role that you need to be right now, but still be capable in big spots of having those duke-it-out games with top-level gunslingers. And that's not a game manager to me. That's something To me, game manager is a restrictive term because you can't make the big plays, so you have to cut everything down.
Well,
but all those other guys can make big plays. Jared Goff,
Brock
Lamar
Purdy
Jackson,
can make big
Brock
plays.
Purdy. So that's not true. Though.
See,
and Jalen Hurts can make big plays. We've seen it. We know that he can. Well, I look at Jared Goff's game logs this year, right? He's attempted over 30 passes one time this season. They actually lost that game.
They lost.
And he was 34 of 55.
The more they pass, the more you lose in the NFL.
18.
Not opposite. It's the it's not the
hang
opposite.
on. The more you pass, the more you lose in the NFL.
When you get above a certain number in the NFL, and I believe it's 32, and they just did this on Fox pregame a couple weeks ago. You guys were doing the award-winning pregame here.
Yeah, right.
The more you get, I think there's a number right now, 32, where teams that pass 30, if you get to a 33rd pass, you lose more than you win.
Now, there is context to it. That means
because you're trailing.
You might be losing.
No, that's what it is.
Exactly.
It means you're trailing in a game.
But it doesn't mean passing's bad.
No, but what it means is the more you pass, the more you lose. Like
It's not that simple.
Yeah, I don't think passing's bad.
No, it's not that passing's bad. It means, though, that you got to get to a point where when you're passing a ton in the NFL, it doesn't tend to correlate to success, to win column.
I think you have the correlation backwards. If you're forced to throw that many times, it probably means you've been losing.
And I believe that.
And if you're up and you throw a bunch, you could still win that way. But teams just don't do that because you run out the clock.
Okay, but why did the Eagles lose? I'll do the converse with you. Why go to the Tampa Bay game? Why'd you lose? Because you came out against a team that Baltimore showed you the blueprint last night. Right. We knew the blueprint going in. Right. And the Eagles said, we're smarter than the room. We're going to, instead of running, which was where they're vulnerable, we're going to throw.
Which is totally valid in that circumstance, but I don't think that leads to a hole in the NFL. If you throw more, you lose.
I think it happens to a lot of teams that they get enamored with what they do.
Yeah, I think
they get enamored with wanting to win the way they do.
Let's go back. Let's play that clip again for you all. If you're just tuning in, our question today, should the Eagles make Jalen Hurts more of a game manager, and would you be okay with that? And I understand why somebody would not be. Connor thinks you can't win a Super Bowl that way, and that's what the ultimate goal is. There are people that have certain wants in the NFL that it's like, one person would rather have the starting pitcher that can throw 102 miles an hour, might only go 4 or 5 innings, but that's something that they would prefer over the guy that can be like an Aaron Nola that can go 7 or 8 innings because he's throwing 93, 94.
I saw Andy Reid lose games in this town because of being dedicated to what he wanted the Eagles to be. I saw him lose where he was trying to force feed, not managing clock well.
Right.
Because he wanted to continue to throw the ball. That it hurt him, and he would get crushed for it. And he now has a quarterback that it works.
So here's Nick Sirianni talking about the explosive plays with the Eagles, and there's a couple of moments in this clip where you go, all right, this is what they want to do.
We talk a lot about explosive plays. Our definition of explosive plays is 40s majorly explosive. The definition of our explosive plays are 20, give or take. To create one that's double that even puts your chances of scoring up even more. Constantly want to be able to create those. We have the players to be able to create those. The guys have done a good job of, Jalen yesterday, I don't know how, I think the one to AJ was probably like 43. But what a great throw by Jalen. What a great route by AJ. Had a couple by Saquon yesterday. When you're able to hit those and be explosive, it gives you a better chance to score points.
My apologies.
That's right.
Three parts in that. We constantly want to create those. We have the players to create those. And when you're hitting on them, you have better chances of scoring. All right, you might have a better chance of scoring quickly, which sometimes you need. But are you telling me that you can't score as frequently if it's 15 play drives?
No, that's not at all what he's saying. He's saying if you get chunk plays, if you execute those, you have a better chance of scoring. It's factual.
Okay,
They're also lower percentage success plays by a mile.
Yeah.
By a mile.
Absolutely.
So they're riskier.
All right, coming up next, we take a look at the standings from the NFL because a game did go in the Eagles' favor last night. Also, there are some major injuries in the NFL that impact the Eagles in terms of this conference. So we'll go through those next. And John has a Kellen Moore question that we're going to get to coming up next as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers are getting set for their opener.
7:31 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get back to our texts and calls coming up in a little bit. But, John, you said something yesterday that if the Buccaneers were to lose to the Ravens, the Eagles would have a better record than the first-place team in the NFC West and the NFC South.
I mean, yeah, honestly, there's now 2 divisions the Eagles would be leading and 1 14 division where they'd be in 5th place.
Right, which is crazy because the NFC
Right.
North's just insane.
Now, they're all going to start to cannibalize each other.
Right.
So what I just wanted it to be is one of those, you're always looking for those positive things. My
Correct.
man Bob used to always say before his feet hit the ground, positive thought in the morning. Well, there's a positive thought for you. The Eagles are in great position.
They are
The
in
4
great
and 2
position.
start. They're in a great position. Now you just need to take the step forward where you're not going win one, lose one, win one, lose one.
Right.
Put a winning streak together. Get yourself 3-4 games above 500, and this team will be looking at a bye week.
Yeah, we kind of talked about this yesterday off the air, and we'll get into it later on in the week when we get closer to Eagles-Bengals. Like, this Eagles-Bengals game, the Bengals have struggled this year. They've had some impressive offensive performances, but ultimately they have struggled as a team, and it's not the same Joe Burrow that we're accustomed to.
I'm a little not understanding why,
Yeah, me neither.
but it clearly is. He's a guy who clearly is not the quarterback that he's been.
But this game, and we'll get into it later on in the week, if you win, you're 5-2.
You're feeling good. You're feeling
If
really
you lose,
good.
you're 4-3. And is it those people that point out the Browns and Giants, they feel like they've been vindicated? And then we're going to have more uncomfortable conversations next week.
If you beat the Bengals and get to 5-2,
We should all be in a great spot.
and you got the Jags next week,
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking. By the way, when we get flexed out again,
Yep.
we're 6-2 at that point, and you're feeling great because the back end of the schedule really does look like the Mickey Mouse Club.
Yeah.
I mean, I was getting out my Mousker tools yesterday.
That's good work
Looking
by
at the
you.
back end of the thing. I'm always yelling at the TV too when I watch that with Liv back.
Oh,
in the
yeah?
day. When she was a little girl. Yeah, I'm like, use the wrench, the wrench.
So, by the way, there's also been some major injuries in the NFC alone. Now,
Huge injuries.
let's get it out of the way. We're not rooting for
No.
injuries.
No.
We're not celebrating said injuries.
We are not.
Just need to get it out of the way before somebody freaks out.
We're not jerks like that. We don't do that.
Jaden Daniels, it was announced yesterday by Coach Dan Quinn that he is week to week
And
with the rib injury.
And we've got good contacts down there with the Commanders. And the word out of them is that most likely 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, he said not
Injury.
an extended period of time. But look, 2 to 3 weeks.
Is 2 games.
And
or,
I know
or 3.
Mariota looked okay on Sunday, but let's say the Commanders go 1-1. So now they're 6-3. If the Eagles win their next 2 games, they're 6-2.
The Mariota didn't look bad the other day. He really didn't. But Marcus Mariota preparing for a team preparing for Mariota for a week is far different than Mariota coming in a game that was already lopsided.
Oh, by the way, against the Panthers.
That was already lopsided.
Yeah.
The Panthers are looking for any reason to quit every week.
Right, exactly.
I think the Bears this week and that defense preparing for Mariota, we are all Chicago Bears fans this week.
Yes.
In a huge way. I actually think it's a game like the Eagles sort of need in a big way if they want to win the division.
Yeah, it would help. It would absolutely help. Brandon Ayuk, done for the season. The San Francisco 49ers
Boy, they've been.
Are they
just
dead?
periled. Oh, my God,
No,
dude.
McCaffrey will be back for the after the bye week, they said.
So, yeah, the update on McCaffrey is post-bye. So they play the
Post-bye.
Cowboys on Sunday, and then they have the bye week, and then they return in Tampa on November the 10th.
they think he'll be ready for that game.
Okay.
But they lose Brandon Ayuk for the year. Debo Samuel has pneumonia and was like
He's
in
gonna
the
miss-
hospital.
He's most likely missing the Cowboys game. I don't know how the fittest athletes in the world get.
People
And,
get sick, man.
Things happen.
But I
Things
mean,
happen.
you're neglecting something if it becomes pneumonia. You ignored something.
He was probably-
it doesn't start
Honestly,
as
he was
pneumonia.
he was probably sick during
He
the
was
football
probably
game.
sick.
Yeah,
and-
the fittest athletes are also the toughest.
The Jordan flu game and the Jalen Hurts flu game and all this stuff is real. Chris Godwin yesterday, horrible,
gosh.
horrible scene.
a minute to go, and it
Yeah.
happens to him. It's terrible.
Dislocated ankle, so he's done. Like he's
He's done.
done for the season. And Mike Evans had a gruesome-looking hamstring injury. I don't think he's done for the season.
No, but I think it's going to be a while.
But remember how the Eagles lost A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith for a game? The Buccaneers are going to be losing these guys for multiple. Who knows how long Mike Evans will be out? But
Do you want me to give you some news on that one, too?
yeah, please.
A game with the Falcons on Sunday for the division lead. Falcons already beat them once. Mm-hmm. So
that's
a huge one.
Bad timing for Tampa.
Then they're at the Chiefs and home versus the 49ers. The Buccaneers may be sunk by the time they get to their bye week. They may be 4-6 and done.
Yeah, they really could be. And then lastly, DK Metcalf was carted off the field on Sunday. The report is that it's not as bad as what they thought it would be.
Oh, okay.
They carted him off for precautionary purposes. I still can't believe that the Eagles let Carson Wentz walk off the field with a torn ACL. And I know everybody says once it's fully torn, it's not going to be much
matter.
worse.
I still wouldn't do it.
I don't care. Cart the guy off the field.
By the way, was that optics? Did that like?
I don't.
I mean, because it seemed to me like it was optics. I'm a tough guy. I'm going to grit it out. By the way, Seahawks have the Bills and then a divisional game against the Rams before their bye.
Yeah, and who knows?
Metcalf, if he misses a couple weeks, which is speculated at minimum,
right?
Those are two games that can swing that. The NFC West is going to be the 4 seed. Whoever wins that's going to be the 4 seed.
Yes.
So that means win the NFC East, you're at least going to probably be the 3.
Yeah. So a lot of big injuries in the NFL, specifically in the NFC. Nothing that we root for or celebrate,
not rooting for it,
but it is something to keep an eye on because these teams are impacted, and these teams that we mentioned, the Commanders in first place of the NFC East, the 49ers always a perennial contender in the NFC, the Buccaneers a contender for the NFC South, and of course we saw them beat the Eagles in the playoffs last year, and the Seahawks, even though I don't believe in them, are the first place team in the NFC West, and they're going to be out their best player, best wide receiver.
Watch Jonathan Gadden's Cardinals.
Oh, I said
they're 3-4, and before their bye week, at the Dolphins, home to the Bears, home to the Jets. They could win 2 or 3 of that, get to 500 at the bye, or find a way. If they go 3-0, they would be in command of that division. 9 wins is probably going to win that division.
That might be the case. Yep. All right, you can text and you can call on 610-632-0975. First, John, you said, you posed a question about
I did.
Sunday's game and whether or not we saw more of the Kellen Moore offense.
I did, because I went and watched the 15-minute yesterday, which, by the way, the NFL Plus, that's a really good expenditure. To be able to go and watch every game in 15 minutes and see if you can understand all 22, and I'm not going to bluff you and tell you that I understand everything that I'm seeing. I count on guys like Baldinger and them to break it down and Ross Tucker and show me what's happening. But I saw much more of the Kellen Moore offense that I studied all summer on Sunday afternoon. I love the variation of going under center and going in shotgun. Being in shotgun 3 plays, then going under center. I loved it, and it helped. If you want to know why they were more successful in the run game, just look at it. Jalen Hurts under center and giving the opportunity for Saquon Barkley to be a more traditional back, it paid off on Sunday.
Yeah.
Against, by the way, one of the best defenses in the NFL going into the game. Mm-hmm. I love the variation because that's something I was looking for. From the very first practices at training camp, I was all giddy that I was seeing him under center. I just think that that's something, and we weren't seeing it. Through 5 games, we weren't seeing it. In the 6th game, all of a sudden, we're seeing it. And I wonder if that's maybe that Nick Sirianni, and credit to Nick, that's something that he's letting, hey, Kellen wants this done because that's what Kellen's always done. We're letting more of Kellen Moore's offense show. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. What I'm still not seeing out of the Kellen Moore offense is the slant. Like, the slant routes is something that he made a fortune off of.
Right.
And I'm not seeing enough of that.
Can I ask you a follow-up on that? What
Sure.
week was it in 2021 when they played the Raiders and Nick Sirianni gave up play calling?
It was
that week 7?
That was they went to 2-5. We were in Vegas for it.
Why does it always take this damn guy 7 weeks to figure out what he should be doing?
Because I think he thinks he knows more.
I do too. I think too, though.
Literally last year he says, I mean, we're not going to change our offense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to keep on doing what we're doing. We're just going to try to improve upon it. So you just told the entire NFL, hey, this is what we've been doing. Study it.
I think it's a guy.
It's dumb.
I think it's a guy. And by the way, again, I talked about it this morning. I don't think Nick Sirianni's a dope. and people try to make him out to be a dope. I don't believe that. I don't think he's a dumb guy, but I think he's a prideful guy, and I think he's a guy who doesn't want. Right now, he's fighting the perception of exactly what we talked about all summer, that if this team was successful, Vic Fangio was going to get the credit, and Kellen Moore were going to get the credit. And I swear, if he doesn't want to put his fingerprints all over the crime scene of the offense, he wants everyone to go, that's what Nick likes. That's what Nick's about. That's what Nick's identity is. I think that's what it is.
I think that could be what it is. All right, coming up next, we hear from you. There was a change in the schedule that John alluded to earlier. We'll let you know exactly what that was. What does that tell you about what the NFL thinks about the Eagles? Or it might just be the opponent that they're facing. We'll tell you about the change in the schedule. I'll give you another crazy Saquon Barkley stat from Ruben Frank. And we hear from you, 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Eagles running back Saquon Barkley.
I'm so happy this game's over. I don't think I should get...
get back to your texts and your calls momentarily, but the Eagles had another flex in their schedule. Great for us.
Flex usually means a good thing, right? Having a teenage daughter.
Out.
Oh, yeah, it's not good.
No, the Eagles were supposed to play Sunday Night Football at home against the Jacksonville Jaguars in 2 weeks from now, Sunday, November 3rd, but instead they'll be playing at 4:05.
I actually love this.
Well, for us, yes, I love it because now I'm not going to bed after midnight and quick turnaround coming in here at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
So we have benefited from that so far through the two. Even the Bengals game was supposed to be a 4 o'clock game. That got moved to 1.
See, I'm liking all these flexes so far.
I need the Rams game to not be flex for personal reasons, but
all right. I'll share a story I share with you off the air.
Okay.
Somebody who is pretty close to that Sunday Night Football broadcast. I know a few people on that broadcast. Their belief is the Ravens game the next week could get flexed to Sunday night.
Okay.
And the Rams game could get flexed out of Sunday night.
Well, that'd be disappointing for me.
It depends on if the Rams, if the Ravens are going to get bumped up and flexed up and that they're going to hit their limit.
Got it.
So there's a chance the Ravens game could get moved tonight and that the Rams game. But the Rams, if they get close to 500, this person believes they will absolutely still have that game on Sunday Night Football.
Okay, so as of right now, with the latest flex, the Eagles only have 2 games after the 8 o'clock hour. The Thursday night game against the Commanders, can they change Thursday night? I think they said they could.
No, they can't. The Thursday night can't.
Okay, but they wouldn't either because it's Hurts versus Daniels if he's healthy.
Yeah, that's by the way though. How much did they screw that up? Like the league scheduler didn't think that the Commanders game was going to mean something this year. They put it on a Thursday night.
Well, maybe they wanted to give Thursday night something to be celebratory for. And then, of course, the Eagles-Rams game right now still 8:20. But, the 8 o'clock game that was against the Jags now at 4:05 on Sunday.
Woof.
All right, let's go to Kevin in Downingtown. Then we'll check out our text line. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, you guys talking about what kind of quarterback I want Jalen Hurts to be. I just want him to be a winner. I don't care. We can make him a hybrid quarterback just as long as we win. But also
what did you say? A hybrid quarterback?
Yeah.
What's that?
That means like some gas or electric, whichever way.
No, I got that. I drive one, but tell me, like as a quarterback, you're saying like whatever it takes.
Dual threat.
Dual threat?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we need him to sling the ball sometimes, then sling it. If we don't, just manage the game.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't care how it happens as long as they win it. Now, I'll ask you, Connor believes that you have to be somewhat of a gunslinger in order to win a Super Bowl. Do you have that belief?
Nah, I mean, if that game's like that, you need to be a gunslinger, but you don't have to be. Hell, what was the dude named down there in Tampa that won that
Trent
Super Bowl?
Dilfer. No, that was in Baltimore.
Brad
Johnson.
Yeah, all he did was manage. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, he was a game manager by definition.
And by the way, Jalen Hurts is better than Brad Johnson. He's better than Trent Dilfer. And thanks for the call, Kevin, in early 2000s.
Connor, Nick Foles winning a Super Bowl tells you all you need to know. You can be a below mediocre NFL quarterback for your career, and you can win a Super Bowl in a circumstance.
John, if I hit the lottery for $1 million, I'm not quitting my job. Because
You're not?
It's not a way to create sustained success. It can happen, but it's not the thing you should bank on.
No, I got you. Absolutely, you can. Eli Manning, 1-2 in this generation of football.
Yeah.
Eli Manning.
He's a guy that got ripped for making bad decisions, taking shots down the field.
So you can win, but you can win. He won 2. And he won him against Tom Brady both times.
I got
Nick
you.
Foles beat Tom Brady.
I wouldn't call. See, if anyone's calling Eli Manning a game manager, it's because they think he was a mediocre quarterback.
I think that's me.
But
I think he was an average quarterback.
He was average, but part of the reason he was average was because he put the ball in harm's way too often.
I absolutely believe that, but he was certainly not a gunslinger.
I don't know.
Eli Manning was not a gunslinger. Eli Manning ran running backs. Running backs led the way. A hard-nosed brand of football.
Brandon Jacobs, Ahmad Bradshaw,
Tiki Barber type games. Like that's the kind of football they played. They didn't play Eli Manning. You go win it for us, Eli. It's on your arm.
How did they win the Super Bowls? Eli Manning, go win it for us. It's on your arm.
They played the game to a chess match both times.
But it's
very low. They didn't give Eli control, and then Eli made a few plays.
Right, but it's funny how at the end of basically every Super Bowl, it comes down to who's the quarterback that's going to make the miraculous deep throws or who's going to make those crazy plays, whether it's on the ground or throwing.
I think Jalen Hurts can do those
I think he
things.
can. He showed us that he
I
could
just
do
don't
it.
think that should be the identity. I don't think, and last week is a prime example, I thought it was criminal that the Eagles started the game knowing that Fred Johnson's your starting left tackle against Brian Burns. They go, we're going to drop Jalen Hurts back to pass. They didn't start running the football consistently till the second quarter. When did they start winning the game? Second quarter, right? Like, I think a lot of it has to do with time and place, yes, but it should not be your identity. Nick Sirianni and the Philadelphia Eagles are obsessed with chunk plays. Now, Addison checks in. Game manager is one of those dumb, vague terms that no one can ever define. Great quarterbacks play like game managers. If, quote, boring is not turning the ball over, making the throws you need, and occasionally scrambling to make a play, that's a game manager, but also a top 10 quarterback. I agree. Game manager, again, is that term where people go, oh, man, that's mean for you to say that. I still believe you could be a top 10 quarterback and be a game manager. It's just how you view it, how you view the term.
Yeah, and I think it's...
And it is vague, as Addison points out.
And that's what, the Scotchman says, Scotch and Stogies, said to me on Twitter. He goes, no one knows what the term game manager means, yet everyone uses it. And I said to him, how do you define it? Because I believe everybody defines it differently, and some look at it as a put-down.
Right.
I don't.
I don't either.
But you know what's funny is, this had much more legs than I thought it would have. And seems like everybody...
Wow, no faith in the topic, John?
No, I think everybody takes it in a different direction.
Trust the process, John.
Oh, no.
Come on,
That'll
man.
never work with me. Trust the frickin' process.
All right, coming up next, we reset the show. We have a quick PSA. Speaking of process, PSA for Flyers fans from Johnny Kincade. Today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:05, and Jeff McLane will join us at 8:10. We'll get into this discussion with Jeff about how the Eagles should handle Jalen Hurts the rest of the season and what the game plan should be. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Birds are finding a balance.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Jeff McLane joins us coming up at 8:10. At 8:05, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. And again, our topic today is whether or not you believe the Eagles should try to get Jalen Hurts to be more of a game manager. Now, again, game manager, everybody has a different term of what game manager is. John and I look at it as a more positive term. Maybe we are more careful and we don't want to see as many gunslingers. The other thing is game manager doesn't necessarily mean the player itself. It's also the organization's philosophy. So maybe we should say, should the Eagles offense be more simplified, which is something that I have been asking for. And I finally got it last week. And that was one of their cleanest games for the offense. And the week before was pretty good too. Jalen Hurts threw for 2 touchdown passes, didn't turn the football over. It seems like the last 2 weeks, the offense has been more simplified, and they've been the 2 best games that they have had. So it's not just player-specific. It's also organization-specific. We talked about Jared Goff. That guy was a gunslinger with the Rams. He goes to Detroit. They have an identity. They run the football. They have the run set of the pass, and he's been amazing. He had a game earlier this year where he completed 18 passes on 18 attempts.
And it was one of the first perfect games in a long time.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't care about stock. Whatever gets me to 12 wins, I'm fine with. That's where I thought they'd be. Get this team to 12 wins, and I'm going to be fine with it. And if it's more games like Sunday, and Sunday's game, the game style was a little bit more boring, but there's nothing better than a dominant defensive performance. And the less my defense is on the field, the more dominant they have a chance to be.
Boring style of offense that scored you 28
Correct.
points.
Absolutely.
And, by the way, because you ran the football, the clock kept on running. All right, so what's your PSA for Flyers fans before we get to today's headlines?
I put a piece up on the web today. I just want to give you a quick notice. It's up on 975thefanatic.com. I truly don't believe many fans and some of the people who covered the team understand what a rebuild is. This Flyers team is doing a bare-bones rebuild from the ground up. And you were told that that's what they were going to do, and they're doing it. And they're in the process of doing it 1 season and 5 games. And I already had people the other night after the Vancouver game, oh, man, Tortorella's the wrong guy, everything. Let me assure you this. Every time I hear people tell me that Tortorella's the wrong guy, you're not talking to executives around the team. You're not talking to people around the team. Because John Tortorella, he may rub you the wrong way. He may cause you to, to cower. That's not how he's looked upon in the whole organization. Is he beloved? I don't believe so. But is he respected? Damn well. But you have to understand what a rebuild is. It's not about winning anything this year. It's not about catering to your favorite player who's been around here for a while, who you maybe have his jersey and you feel like he's being disrespected. Those players are going to be moved on and flipped eventually. Most of them are not going to be here when this thing materializes into something real. Consume the season for growth and don't put unrealistic expectations on the second year of a full rebuild. It's not about winning now, no matter how much we all want it to be.
All right. Great job, Johnny.
You can read it.
It is 8:05. It is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas. And I might add one, by the way, myself.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Do you have anything on the Wildwood Boardwalk?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I love the Wildwood Boardwalk.
I didn't know you had editorial privilege over this, but we'll get to it. Let's get started then. We had some interesting commentary. Now, we didn't do headlines yesterday, but I wanted to make sure we got this in because Deshaun Watson obviously went down, an Achilles injury, carted off the field. The Cleveland fans were cheering after that, and frankly, who can blame them? But Myles Garrett felt that it wasn't the right response. Here's what he had to say about model citizen Deshaun Watson.
He hadn't earned it, and he doesn't deserve it. No, man does pretty much everything right. He's been a model citizen through college and most of the pros. He plays the game as hard as anyone I've seen.
It's disgusting.
What a disgusting.
It's not honestly and I know why you're laughing. I don't even find it funny. I think it's disgusting that I understand why they're trying to have their teammates back because if a player gets hurt and they see people cheering it.
I think that's disgusting, by the way.
Yeah.
I think two things can be true. I think that's disgusting behavior from fans.
But Myles Garrett doing this whole.
So did Jameis Winston.
Well, he's been a model citizen for most of the pros. Dude, it's not like he got an offender bender and drove off the scene, which is still illegal. He.
Oh my gosh. We're not talking about. You know what he is?
It's disgusting.
He's Bill Cosby without the pudding pops.
Honestly,
I mean, seriously, he's like, so stop it.
He should be in jail.
It's bad. It's bad.
And for them to say what they said, I don't know.
Jameis Winston is so full of crap. I mean, it's just this whole pontificating about, this guy. I hear Myles Garrett. He hasn't earned this. He has earned it. But the thing is, I think it's disgusting that people would cheer a guy injured on the field. Look, and I think that's a disgrace. But for people to come to his defense like he's some martyr, shut up.
Yeah,
it's
gross. It's absolutely insane. Speaking of absolutely insane, have you guys seen the most recent crazy quote from Boston Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla?
Yes, this guy's weird.
I did not.
He was asked about
I hate that he won a championship.
He was asked about the pressure of the Celtics trying to repeat this year. He had a Joe Mazzulla type answer.
What kind of pressure do you feel to kind of maximize this opportunity that you have with this group?
Zero. No pressure. We're all going to be dead soon, and it really doesn't matter anymore, so there's zero pressure.
Is that what
We're all going to be dead soon. Zero pressure.
Zero pressure. Everybody, I think, what is it? What's the old line? The pressure is a privilege? I think pressure is a privilege.
I just don't get, he's weird.
Maybe we're all going to die soon.
I think you wake up in the morning and you have some pressure on you to do something. That's a privilege because it means that you are somehow important to somebody.
Yeah.
And pivotal.
I just hate that he won a championship because he's going to be weird forever. And he's probably going to be a head coach of the Boston Celtics for another decade, and he's going to be weird for a decade.
Well, he is weird.
But he won a championship, so they're going to say that basically he's Gabe Kapler. He's quirky, but he won. And so he's going to be allowed to be quirky. It's weird.
Yeah, he's a very strange cat up there in Boston, Joe Mazzulla. We have the replay next. What is this Wildwood thing you want to get in real quick?
This is amazing. Floss Stingel.
What?
Do you know who Floss is?
That's a person?
Yes.
No clue.
You know her very well.
What?
She is the voice of
Watch the
Tram Car, please.
Hell yeah.
Floss Stingel? No.
She is suing the Wildwood Tram Car operators.
Why?
So the story goes, she recorded it in 1971.
I remember that voice from my childhood, so yes.
Her boyfriend at the time was the one who owned the tram car operating company.
Okay.
And so he was like, hey, can you just record this?
Why is she suing then?
Because since then, it's now being used in commercials. We have it on our station at times.
Okay.
The lawsuit contends that Ms. Stingel's voice recording has been used without her explicit consent, and that Wildwood tram car operators have gained significant commercial benefits from its usage without providing her any compensation.
Did she demand compensation? Now, this just comes from my 4 classes in law. Did she demand compensation when she recorded it?
That's probably not.
If she did not, then she probably is. It's ridiculous.
Miss Stingel's recording has been used in television documentaries about the Wildwoods and to make and sell memorabilia, including T-shirts and toy tram cars. So she's going to try to make some money out of it. I respect it.
I do too, but I hear an opportunity for someone to become the new voice of the Wildwood tram cars. And I will just say, watch the tram car, please.
Oh, no.
Do I need to give more?
Emphasize the back end more.
Watch the tram car, please.
That's it. That
we can work on it. We'll workshop.
Andrew, you want to give it a shot?
No, I got to really.
No, step off my toes. This is my gig.
I want him to make some cash.
Okay. All right. I sort of think a woman's
voice.
Run
a contest
like
on 97.5.
Haley's going to have to record that. Haley's going to have to record that and give it a shot because I think a woman's voice is more comfting on the boardwalk too.
Or we could do like the Delco heavy act, say, hey, get out of the way of the tram car.
Could do that.
Hey, watch the tram car, please.
You know who'd be good at it? Dawn Cutler.
Oh, gosh.
Dawn is the voice that you hear on the
female
station.
Voice.
You hear Radio Man.
Yes, Jim Cutler.
Her husband, Jim. I almost said Jay, but he's in the news for other reasons.
Yes.
Did you see what he did?
No.
You didn't see what Jay Cutler did?
I've met his ex-wife a few times.
Jay Cutler got in a car accident. He was under the influence.
Watch. That's a shocker.
And he offered the guy $2,000 to just not say anything.
Okay.
And of course, the guy was like, "No, like you're."
Well, how bad was the accident?
I don't know, but he's asked for being drunk while
No, I got you. He was absolutely. But was it a
the guy
fender
called
bender?
it, I don't know. I didn't see
okay.
the photos of the crime, but he got arrested. Deservedly so.
I
Because
met his
drinking and
ex-wife
driving's horrible.
a few times, and the word vapid comes to mind.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
The word vapid clearly came to mind.
Yeah.
They were a winning couple, man.
Yeah,
they were a winning couple.
Sure were.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He just does such an amazing job covering the Eagles for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com. His podcast, Uncovering the Birds, is amazing as well.
It's a must.
And we love having him on with us every single Tuesday here on Kincade Salciunas. That's Jeff McLane. Jeff, good morning. How you doing today?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hi, Jeff.
We're doing good because we get to talk about an impressive Eagles victory where we pretty much feel great about it, except for, once again, the first quarter blemish of 0 points. But other than that, overall, great game for the Eagles. Would love to get your overall analysis on it.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, they took care of business against a team that they should beat, although I picked the Giants. So, what does that make of my football acumen? But, obviously, coming into the game, they had to get to play a complete game. And the Giants have a really good defensive front. And I think, that's why you can't take a lot away from the Eagles. Yeah, sure, the Giants' offense, I think, was pretty bad. And when they lost Andrew Thomas, an offensive line that was already suspect, got pretty bad. But that's a legit front. I mean, that's, you got Dexter Lawrence, who's probably the best nose tackle, maybe one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL. And Brian Burns is a tough edge rusher to contain. And the Eagles, while they had some struggles early on in containing both of those guys, they figured it out. And a lot of that had to do with Saquon Barkley and the day that he had and emphasizing the run game. But that's all part of it. And the Eagles got out of there with an impressive 28-3 win.
The word of the week, it seemed to be from Nick Sirianni Sunday and Monday, was unify. What happened last week with me unified us, supported us. I don't tend to believe that players rally around the coach to defend him to win. I think they just want to win. You know this team, though. What did you make of all the unification talk?
Well, we've talked about this before, and I've reported on it for a long time. I mean, Nick has support in the locker room, a lot of it, and the guys like playing for him. He spent a lot of time with each of them, building up this, connectivity that he's talked about as one of his core tenets, core philosophies when it comes to running a football team. And it may sound like kind of, rah-rah-rah, high school type of coaching, but I think in today's NFL, you need that. You need that type of emotional intelligence. And, yeah, you can question Nick and the way he handles himself sometimes, and certainly within the game and on the sideline and with the referees, but he has that, and I think that factored a lot into Jeffrey Lurie's ultimate decision to keep him. Jeffrey talks to players, and the players are telling him back in January, we want this guy. Now, there's more to it than that, obviously, and more than anything, it's got to be your football X's and O's and having players and plays that are better than the teams that you face. But, I don't know if the players technically rallied around Nick, but what I will say is everyone was saying, okay, and I was saying this, about the support that Nick has from the players. Well, it was time for them to put up and shut up and show it and win for him. And it's just 1 week. I get it. It's Giants. But they went out there again and took care of a business.
Jalen Hurts, just 14 passing attempts, obviously a couple of sacks as well, but ultimately under 20 dropbacks. Is that just game plan and how that game worked out for them, or do you believe the Eagles might do some more of that moving forward, knowing how well they can run the football with Saquon Barkley?
Well, we saw a little bit against the Browns, quite frankly, and even maybe when they should have gotten away from the run because they were really stacking the box to stop Saquon Barkley. But this past week, it wasn't just Barkley; it was Kenny Gainwell. I think that's kind of something that they could lean on a little more. Kenny, he had a productive day as well on the ground. He's been kind of hit or miss in his 4 seasons, but I mean he's not a bad back, and he can hit the hole. I mean I think that, and when you have this offensive line, you have these run schemes, a lot of them designed by Jeff Stoutland. There are holes there to be had. But yeah, I mean, the podcast I have coming out today kind of looked at Jalen a little closer in terms of what the X's and O's in the film of how he performed in the passing game and the struggles that he had early on. And while that may have had something to do with the shift to the ground game focus in the last half, the Giants weren't scoring, and the Eagles got ahead comfortably, and that's what you want to do. You want to get ahead, and then you want to run the ball. Typically, teams in the NFL, the ones that have a lot of success, will favor the pass to get ahead. That's simplifying it a little bit, and I think it's simplifying it by saying, run the ball, or they need to be this type of offense moving forward. But you can lean into it a little more. You can do a little more of that. And I thought Kellen Moore had a really nice game plan on the ground with a lot more under center. They used the pistol a little more, a lot of pulling offensive linemen, tackles, guards, centers. Of course, you saw Ben Van Sumeren out there as the fullback. So that was nice. But, look, you have to be multiple in this league. You have to be able to adapt to whatever defense is showing you in terms of what they're doing up front, in terms of the coverages. So that's the most important thing. But, I think there's an argument to be made that just maybe take a little bit off Jalen's plate and the offense will hum a little more.
Jeff, from what you've seen of this young defense and what they're doing under Vic Fangio, it's the storyline I don't think anybody was really calling for early on in the season. Was anybody believing this would happen? How much do you believe is sustainable, really sustainable, and what has surprised you the most?
Well, I think we talked about this. It's
Sure.
a young defense, right? So it's going to take time for some of these guys. You're playing, Quinton Mitchell's a rookie. Cooper DeJean is finally getting in there. He's a rookie. Nolan Smith's in his second season. Jalen Carter's in his second season. I mean, you have young players on this defense, and you also had a new scheme. Well, there are a lot of the same tenets in terms of what Sean Desai, Jonathan Gadden did. Yeah, absolutely, but Vic's a different guy. He's a different animal. He runs different things. He has different ways of teaching. So, getting to spend some time in his defense and understand it and implement it was going to take a little bit of time. All that being said, these last two offenses they played are probably two among the worst offenses in the league. So, I hang a little more of the Eagles' hat in terms of like what they did. I think better signs were on what they did offensively last week. I still worry long-term about this defense. And, it's always impressive when you keep offenses out of the NFL, offenses in the NFL out of the end zone. I don't know. Sustainable may not be the word I'd use, but I think there's going to be still some bumps in the roads for this offense, and it'll start, maybe this Sunday against the best quarterback probably that they'll face up until this point in Joe Burrow.
Speaking of defense, and last thing before we let you go, you were the one that asked the question yesterday. What do you make of Jordan Davis only playing, 20% of the snaps on Sunday? I know Nick Sirianni gave you an answer, but I would like to know your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not using him as much as in the pass rush. And, we've talked about this, and, Jordan can bully guys, but he doesn't have much in terms of pass rush moves. And that becomes the kind of a liability when you're trying to get to the quarterback, right? It's pretty obvious. And I think Mora Jomo has done a better job in the pass rush, and he's shown that since training camp. He was a guy that really flashed often, and you're now seeing it kind of translate onto the field in real games. So that's part of it. He's a seventh rounder, though, and Jordan Davis is a first rounder. Does it matter? Yeah, kind of. It does. You don't move up for a guy, number 14 overall, at that position, and he can only just play rundowns. Now, that's just not it. He'll play some pass rush. And I think the way the game played out in terms of personnel usage and matching offensive personnel is why he only played 12 snaps. But it's been kind of steadily declining for Jordan Davis. And look, if they keep winning, it's not a problem, but you need a little more out of Jordan. And, then big picture, the question comes, is this a guy that you're going to want to give that fifth-year option to when they have that option this coming offseason?
Right. Jeff, listen, man, we appreciate it as always. Keep
Thanks,
up the
Jeff.
great work. We'll be checking out the podcast today, Uncovering the Birds, because I'm excited to hear what you said about Jalen Hurts and why maybe the offense has changed over the last 2 weeks. And I will say, comfortably, the offense has looked better the last 2 weeks, Jeff.
And Jeff's learned the radio game here. He lays out the little breadcrumbs to lead you to his
Damn
podcast.
right he has. You're
which
smart
is smart.
man.
Which is
There
smart.
you go.
Thanks,
yeah,
man.
Should be out this afternoon. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right,
Thank you,
thanks.
buddy.
There's Jeff McLane on the Comcast
One of the
Business Hotline.
Best dressed members of the Philadelphia media every single week, too, I will tell you.
But it's interesting. He pointed out that they have, and he believes should continue to take things off of Jalen Hurts' plate. The offense has looked better the last 2 weeks, and nobody can deny that.
No question.
All right, we'll continue that discussion. Also, our second opinion segment comes our way next.
Here we go.
It was nice, John. We got to actually talk about the game yesterday, so the second opinion is a little bit deeper. Last week, our second opinion was finally talking about the game because we had to talk about Nick Sirianni for 4 hours last Monday. We do that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Up.
.75 The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. And at this time, every single week, we do our Second Opinion segment, which is our chance to discuss something else that happened in the game that we may not have talked about yesterday. It's perfect after games like the Cleveland game, where the talking point for 4 hours was Nick Sirianni the Monday after the Eagles' victory. And then Tuesday, we were able to actually talk about the game. Yesterday, the Eagles won, and they blew them out. We were just kind of in a celebratory mood that we didn't really dive, again, too deep into the game. So there are some things that I'm sure we all took note of. So let's get to it. It's time now for our Second Opinion segment.
You might not always agree with what you hear. Sometimes you need a second opinion. Brought to you by the consultants in medical oncology and hematology.
I'm going to tell you that I think they should be your first opinion. But as long as they're one of the two, CMOH, the trifecta of Sprandios and their entire team, I'm telling you, they gave me my life back. And I love these people.
I love them.
They'll do it for you,
for
too.
that. That's amazing. All right, so I'll start, and it kind of continues today's topic about whether or not the Eagles should try to look at Jalen Hurts as more of a game manager. And again, we say that in a positive way. 14 pass attempts is not something you can sustain and win. He's going to have to throw the football more. They just ran the ball so easily against the Giants. But I will say this. In order for them to be successful with that mindset, if they ever get to it, which I doubt they do because I think they love explosive plays too much, he's going to have to make the right throws. And Sunday's game was one of Jalen Hurts' more efficient games of the season. But 2 plays that need to be converted in order for them to win. Saquon Barkley wide open in the flat for what would have been a touchdown. And I know they ended up scoring on a tush-push.
They did.
But what if they didn't? Blah, blah, blah. They did, but what if they didn't? He's got to make that throw. Not even make the throw. He didn't even throw it at him. No. And then the Devontae Smith 3rd and 3. Now, same thing. Next play was the 43-yard 4th and 3 touchdown pass to A.J. Brown. So it's not like that drive stalled and they didn't score a touchdown. They still scored. But moving forward, when the play is there, he's going to have to make those plays moving forward. It's not something that I harped on yesterday because they won and they beat up on the Giants. But in games where they're going to have to score probably more points and go toe-to-toe with some other offenses, those plays have to be made. And I don't think that's harsh.
No, I don't think it's harsh at all. I think it's what we aspire to. I go back to our earlier conversation today about how you win games and what you do, and I can just imagine what our timelines are going to look like Sunday afternoon against the Bengals. Where are all the sacks? Where's all the quarterback pressure? Vic Fangio has to have a different approach to every single game.
Yes.
Playing Joe Burrow is not playing Daniel Jones.
No.
And so I want you to go into the week expecting that this young Eagles defense, I think, is going to dial up a lot less pressure this Sunday. And we're going to get to see the youngsters, especially in the secondary, display their ability to cover. And it is going to be a supreme challenge. I am very anxious to see the lessons that have been learned through 6 weeks put into play against what Jeff McLane just said to us, the best quarterback that they have faced so far in Joe Burrow.
Yeah. Now, one thing that you can think about is Joe Burrow's not as mobile as Daniel Jones.
He's not. But pick your poison.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Because he's not bad against the blitz.
No, he's not. But yeah, that's an interesting thing to pay attention to on Sunday.
And if don't expect a sack fest. And if it does happen, then maybe we're having an even more celebratory Monday.
Yep, that's true. All right, Connor, what do you got?
Would you call me crazy if I said
we always do. Behind your back.
You're done.
And in front of it.
Segment's
get
over.
Through the damn statement. All right, well, cool. No, would you call me crazy if I told you one of the defensive players we've been most excited about this year we haven't given enough love to? So I saw it again this Sunday, and we've seen it a bunch of times this year. Quinyon Mitchell he's not just breaking up passes. He's in position every single damn week to get an interception. And he just hasn't converted on one yet. But I think when the dam breaks, this guy's going to be not just a good defensive back. He's going to be a ball hawk defensive back. And I don't know that we've even given him enough appreciation for that. Because there are guys, I'll say this about Darius Slay, he's in the right position a lot. But it's rare that you see Darius Slay in that position where it's like, okay, he's making a play on the ball to try and catch it. We've seen Quinyon Mitchell do that basically every game of his career.
And I do
now.
wonder if part of that is more youthful legs, right? You can probably finish on a play more than what Darius Slay
It's
can
not a
nowadays.
knock on Slay.
No,
right?
I know. I know you're not knocking on him, but I know what you're saying. Like, he's already getting such a good read on throws just 6 games into his NFL career.
Yeah, this
when
isn't
more
just
time
like,
comes, he's going to start picking off passes.
Right. This isn't just like backhand getting in, tipping balls away. Like, he's in position where he's running routes in front of wide receivers, and that is amazing for a guy who has played 6 career NFL games.
It's one of the best debuts I can ever remember.
So, Darius,
for a first-round pick of the Eagles.
Darius Slay, 0 interceptions his rookie season. 2 the next year, 2, then 8. Once more time in the NFL happens, you start reading things and you're getting smarter, but you're also younger. He had 8 interceptions when he was 26 years old. Darius Slay is now 33. He's not as quick as he was 7 years ago, 7 NFL seasons ago.
By the way, Slay has had a few missteps this year already with some of his decision-making off the field.
Yes.
But on the field, once again,
you know how I feel about him.
He's having another really, really good year.
I think he's completely underrated in the city. Like, completely underrated in the city.
Hey, the consultants in medical oncology and hematology, check them out. I promise you, make sure that they at least get the chance to speak to you about your cancer diagnosis or those of your father or your friend or otherwise. They'll take great care of you, I promise you.
The final play in the Super Bowl, one of the final plays.
One of the final.
And how he has acted off the field in the podcast, I think has completely blinded what a lot of Eagles fans think of Darius Slay.
Okay. Let me finish this. Fair or unfair that fans get influenced by that? Because I don't think that's unfair.
I believe it's unfair.
No, I think it's unfair if you're talking about if you let it skew your opinion on his performance.
Oh, you should see the things that I don't know if you have. Obviously, our algorithms are very close nowadays, John.
Yes, they are.
The things that people say
I'm craving
about
chocolate.
The things
That's
that
how
people
much
say
they are.
about Darius Slay, you would think he stinks, and there are people that can't wait for him to be off the team, and I don't know why.
I can tell you this: I'm going to miss the day that he's on the team, and I think that people are going to miss the day he's on the team too.
The Eagles will sign a veteran cornerback the day he's gone. They're going to continue.
Will that veteran cornerback be what Darius Slay has been at the back end of his career here in town?
Maybe not.
See, I doubt it.
He doesn't have to be because it will be cornerback too.
Exactly. No, he will be.
No.
It's Steven Nelson, right? Like, you need a veteran secondary corner because Quinyon Mitchell will be your top guy.
I would agree with you that Darius Slay is. I don't think disrespected because I think he brings a lot of the crap on himself.
No, I think he does. Yes,
but I think
as a player he's underrated in the city.
Completely underrated.
Yeah, no, it's actually kind of horrible.
It is because I'm a huge fan of his work. I think he does a great job.
I sometimes don't feel so comfortable when I know I'm on like one side of arguments. I feel like I've been on one side of the argument with Darius Slay for like 4 years now.
Yeah, I think you're right. The end of the Super Bowl. People definitely.
And then obviously the podcast and everything is clouded what people think about him. And again, I don't like what he does on the podcast.
No, I think it's.
I can separate
I don't
that
like it
and
either
football
that
player at times.
Every single year he's been here, it seems like he runs to Twitter to defend himself and point fingers at somebody else.
All right, coming up next, we check the text line. The conversation. Should the Eagles, and this is not just Jalen Hurts, this is the organization's philosophy. Should the Eagles have Jalen Hurts be more of a game manager quarterback and try to step away from always looking for the big play? And don't forget, it's a Tuesday, so for the entire 9 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by Amy Fadool.
Oh, that makes it even a better day.
Can't wait for that. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
This is coming from a guy who...
8:47 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let me give you another wild Saquon stat from Ruben Frank. He has 10 crazy Saquon Barkley stats. Sorry, I don't want to not read the title correctly. 10 completely insane Saquon Barkley stats. With runs of 38, 41, and 55 yards, Barkley is the first Eagles running back in at least 34 years with 3 runs of at least 35 yards in the same game. There is currently no way to search before 1991. This was actually only the second game since 1991 that the Eagles had 3 total scrimmage runs of at least 35 yards. In the 2013 win over the Lions, the game in the snow, where LaShawn McCoy set an Eagles record with 217 rushing yards. He had a 40, a 57, and Chris Polk had a 38-yarder. So Shady didn't even have all 3. He had 2 of the 3. Saquon Barkley had all 3 of his own. I'll give you one more. Barkley's 176 rushing yards are the most ever by an Eagles running back in the 186-game history of the Eagles-Giants rivalry. The previous high was that Tom Sullivan, when the Eagles won 20-16 in the Vet. I know you're a big Tom Sullivan guy.
Tom Sullivan? No, I'm not. I used to work with Tom Sullivan. Used to work at the FM station across from me back in the day. Not the same guy.
No, not the same guy.
I promise you.
I thought it was the guy that landed that plane.
The most ever
That's
against
Sully.
Sully.
Sullenberg.
The most
Sullenberger.
ever against the Giants on the road was Miles Sanders, who we talked about yesterday, 144 yards in 2022. But yeah, some crazy Saquon Barkley stats. I'll continue to throw more at you as the show goes on. But what do we have on the text line? We have Amy Fadool joining us for the entire 9 o'clock hour, which of course means we'll still get to your texts and calls, but we're going to talk a lot with Amy for the 9 o'clock hour. So I want to get a chance to hear from some of you before Amy comes and joins us.
This bothers me. I don't know if it'll bother you guys, but
Okay.
Reese from Dallas checks in and says, Tom Brady was the ultimate dink and dunk intermediate pass, 3 to 4 yards, a pop check down to check down every game type of game manager. For sake of the argument of a game manager being able to win you championships, Brady is the prime example.
Listen, okay, go ahead. Explain what's bothering you first.
The same thing as anyone with a brain. Tom Brady, calling him a game manager when he's got 7 and is just the greatest quarterback of all time is insane. He's a level above every other type of quarterback to ever exist.
Do you consider Joe Montana a game manager?
Like
I consider Joe Montana.
Remember, you watched him. I didn't really.
Okay. That's not fair on my part. I consider him I think Joe Montana was a game manager type. I really do.
Yeah,
I think he was Joe Montana's. He wasn't throwing it a vertical passing attack thing. He was underneath stuff all day long. But the awareness of Brady and Montana, I consider Brady very much like Montana.
Yeah, but
I really do.
It's different eras, and it's just like the thing is, Brady was that style of quarterback, but to call him a game manager with the level of success he achieved is unfair. Like that cannot be the bar.
I think that's if you consider game manager a put down.
Depending on how you look at it. But I'll say this. So he did lead the league in average yards per attempt twice in his NFL career.
Randy Moss's year.
Exactly.
Okay.
And 2010.
He had ran. Honestly, this is his first 3 Super Bowls, and I got to tell you, I think a lot of guys in your age group, and I'm not pointing a finger in a negative way.
You just pointed a finger.
I did that in a negative way.
Positive point. We're good.
I believe don't realize that the first 3 Super Bowls they won, they didn't win because of Brady. Brady was along for the ride.
Yeah.
Brady was a game manager that won Super Bowls. Then the next iteration of the Patriots, Brady was freaking Superman leading the charge. He was a game manager winning those Super Bowls in the beginning, the Teddy Bruschi era Super Bowls. They weren't winning because of Brady. They won Brady just doing enough to win.
Yeah, but if you showed a defensive coordinator from like 2006 what offenses look like today, their head would explode the second they saw Tyreek Hill. Like,
right. Wait. The greatest show on turf was 2000, 2001, 2002, and it was freaking amazing, and it would be amazing today.
I got you.
It was like it doesn't. It's not like those kind of offenses weren't seen.
Well, that was the great anomaly that they named the greatest show on turf.
And it created the copycat league where people try to be it.
Right, but now like every team is not to that level, but that's the style of offense that basically every team wants to emulate. And
they'd love to emulate.
It's a totally different game these days.
Yeah, nobody's close to it, including the Chiefs. Chiefs aren't even. They're nothing like it. They're nothing like
No.
the greatest show on turf.
No, they're not.
No. I'm just saying, like, the type of offense on average that's run around the league today is totally different than the style that
Right.
Brady was
It's,
running
you know,
when he won his first three.
Pre-snap motion is at the highest rate
I think it's
ever.
easier to
Well, for
defend.
some teams.
I think it's easier to defend today. I think the offenses today are easier because I don't think they masquerade what they do as much. Not as much play action. Not a lot of the chunk play obsessed teams.
Yeah.
A lot of young quarterbacks being asked to throw the ball 30, 35 times.
But haven't average points gone significantly up in this era?
Yeah, I think it's bad defense. I think it's bad because I think that they're throwing younger.
It's also hard to tell the two eras apart when this era is so protective of the quarterback in terms of
Also fair.
penalties.
That is
Like,
fair.
How many times have you heard Dan Marino? Imagine if he played in this era.
Well, I mean, it would be completely. I think
That guy had broken bones everywhere, and he was still throwing for 5,000 yards in regular seasons. Imagine if he played in this protective era of quarterback. So it's
Would've been crazy.
kind of hard.
Right, it is.
Not just talent on the field and the way teams are coached. It's also the way quarterbacks are protected by the league.
Right. I just don't think, and I think it comes down to where it all winds back to our initial conversation. I do not consider the term game manager. I consider it a high compliment.
Yeah, because that means you're protective with the football. You're not, again, no turnover-worthy passes from Jalen Hurts 2 straight weeks now, which is something we all wanted.
Sure.
Right? That's the thing. The first 4 games of the season, he was not a game manager. The first 4 weeks of the season, he turned the football over. The last 2 weeks that we've just watched, he has been more game manager, and he has played better games, and they have won more decisively, at least this past Sunday.
I think he's been
28-3.
tentative throwing the football, though.
Well, and that's why in our second
last
opinion
couple
segment,
weeks, you know what I mean?
there were throws that he has to throw, not just make. He's got to actually
just gotta let it
attempt
go.
Yeah,
You gotta
exactly.
let it go.
And I think maybe that's the working with Kellen Moore and figuring out who he is as himself as a quarterback. All right, coming up next, Amy Fadool for the entire 9 o'clock hour. All of our topics today will be discussed with Amy. We will hear from you as well at 610-632-0975. And coming up of around 9:30, so still a half hour from now, the Sixers are back tomorrow night. The NBA resumes today.
Now, you're at point guard and Connor's jumping center?
Yeah.
Dude, 6
just wondering
foot.
what's gonna go
I'm
on.
6 foot in boots. I'm not playing center.
Actually, listen, man, you were getting beat up by the big man last week.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That guy was
Ray.
a monster.
And Ray.
I don't remember the Ray stuff.
So we'll talk some hoops with Amy as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
a.m. on this Tuesday morning, which means one thing, Johnny. We missed her last week. The kiddos were sick.
Yes. I appreciate her not bringing the fungus in with her.
Yeah, we did not want that.
It was rampant.
Good morning, Amy. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. I missed you guys last week.
It was like the monkey outbreak.
Yeah.
Like it was the movie.
It was the bronchitis.
Oh.
RSV.
Yeah, you don't
I don't know
want
what
that.
it was. No.
Now, I will tell you, you missed a very entertaining day. But we weren't talking football. We were talking antics by the head coach on the sideline. Whereas this Tuesday, we're actually talking football. So it's actually kind of nice. It's a nice breath of fresh air.
We don't have any drama to talk about. We don't have any.
No.
Yeah, we don't have any nonsense.
No, we're just making the drama, asking the question today about whether or not Jalen Hurts should be a game manager, because people hear that term as a buzzword and go, how dare you? And it's like, no, I'm not saying he should throw the ball 14 times every single
Maybe
week.
a smidge more.
Let me make a prediction that Amy Fadool is going to be more in line with what Connor thinks of the term. What do you define? When you hear game manager, what do you think?
That's a negative.
Yeah. I knew it. I just
which it shouldn't be.
Listening to you over the years, I knew this.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with being a game manager.
Right.
For certain people. Right? Like, it's like, okay, well, that's like if someone says, like, oh, yeah, he's smart. Is he smart for 7th grade, or is he smart? All right? So are you a game manager because you're a decent quarterback, or should you have more in the bag?
And it's interesting. It's all how we perceive that quote. Like last year, Amy, I got crushed because I thought Jalen Hurts would regress from 2022 to 2023.
You were right.
I used the term regress, but not to what we saw.
Right.
I did not think he was going to be as perfect as he was in 2022.
Fair.
But because I said the word regress, it was like, oh my God, this guy's a hater.
You think he's going to be terrible.
It's like, no. I don't think he's going to suck. I just don't think he's going to be as good as 2022. Yeah. So when we hear the term game manager, everybody immediately thinks of Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson. Jalen Hurts is not those guys. He is much better.
I think there are guys that are good that are game managers.
Mm-hmm.
I think at times in his career, and I will get destroyed for this, but anybody that's ever worked with me knows that I believe this. I used to believe it more so than I did. At times of his career, Tom Brady was a bit of a game manager.
Talked about that a couple minutes ago,
right?
Yeah.
So I feel like there are times that certain quarterbacks who are very good can be game managers for whole sections of seasons or whole seasons as a whole. I think Brock Purdy is a game manager.
He is.
I think when you and he's a good quarterback. I think when you have the weapons that the Eagles do, it's hard not to have that term kind of put on you, to have that label,
now,
just
I'll
because of
say
how
this.
you have to manage the game, literally inherent in the word.
I'll say this, and Brock Purdy, I think, still is talked about unfairly in the city. And look, I am one of those people. But
I am too.
He'd be a hero here.
But you look at this past game, they had to rely on him.
And you saw what happened.
He was horrible.
Yeah.
When the Eagles have had to rely on Jalen Hurts, they have won football games. So
That's the difference maker.
I think Jalen Hurts game manager and Brock Purdy game manager are two different conversations. Even though Brock Purdy, when he has all his pieces, he doesn't have to do much and they can win football games. When Jalen Hurts is AJ and Devontae and Dallas Goedert and Saquon Barkley, I don't need him dropping back 40 times. But if there is a game where I say, hey, you need to outduel Patrick Mahomes, I've seen him do it.
I mean, if there is an opposite of a game manager, it's Patrick Mahomes.
Correct.
He is a game changer. That guy is dynamic. And when you need him to, you usually now in the fourth quarter, it's the only time you ever see him actually show up and do what he's supposed to do. But he's able to find ways to win. And to your point, Andy, like that's what it is. It's about finding a way to win when you don't have everything. And that's when you don't take on the game manager role. So I think it has a negative connotation overall because of who we think of. The Brad Johnsons, the Trent, guys who didn't do it. I mean, Trent Dilfer, they didn't score touchdowns for quarters, 40-something quarters in a row? And they still won the Super Bowl, and everybody goes back and thinks, why? Well, it's because you had the defense. Yeah. Look at Terry Bradshaw, probably the ultimate game manager.
Absolutely.
He has four Super Bowls, for Pete's sake.
I think Troy Aikman was, too.
And he had 2.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, it's when you the weapons they build around Hurts.
It's like almost like what comes first. Does a good quarterback come first, or does the good players come first? Probably both.
Okay, so we saw. How much do you believe what we've seen the last 2 weeks out of the Eagles, especially the defense, is portable, sustainable, and going to be talked about down the line?
I mean, I feel like the defense, if you're a top 20 defense, which is probably where they are at the very back of that, they're probably number 20 right now. I think that they're still going to be ranked, given how they started the season, in like the 26, 27, 25, and most of the defensive stats.
You know they're 8th?
In what?
Well, points, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, but that's pretty awesome, though.
I mean, listen,
it's
they had
6 games.
Look at the sacks they had the last 2 weeks, and compared to the sacks they had the first 4 weeks.
Oh yeah.
I mean, so that's what you're asking. Are they more like these past 2 weeks? No, I don't think that that's sustainable. But I think that there's something in the middle. I don't think that they're a team that's going to get you 5 sacks, 6 sacks every single week. I think that was a testament to the Browns' inability to block a soul. And the Giants, obviously, offensive line banged up, and also their inability to block a soul. Those are 2 pretty bad quarterbacks that they just went against. So I think going forward, I think you can expect more of something like what you saw, but I don't expect them to sack Joe Burrow 6 times.
No, I mean, you know what? I could see the Green Bay game.
Yes,
where
which is
you're
fine.
giving
I'll
up
take
20-plus points, but you had a turnover in that
3
game.
turnovers? Well, no, you had 1.
Yeah, Blankenship had the interception.
Right.
So 1 interception.
I mean, really.
The first quarter, you stopped them twice to field goals. You gave up points.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're looking for from this defense. Managing the game in a way that allows your offense to operate and win. Holding teams to field goals, stopping drives, working the clock, different things like that.
And they've been one of the better red zone defenses, and that's why they're
been really good
since
since
the 8th in points.
Yeah, 8th in points to me is, like, before the year, I told them, I said, look, if you look at the numbers, Vic Fangio produces around a 12 defense, almost in points allowed, almost every time. It all averages pretty much out. It's a little ahead.
Yeah.
A little ahead of it where I expected
for points
them to
allowed,
be.
for sure.
Right. All right. So, Amy, I want to play this clip for you. Connor, it's Nick Sirianni, cut 1. it goes back to the Jalen Hurts discussion and, the whole game manager thing. But the question I'm going to ask you after you hear this clip is whether or not the Eagles will do it. It's one thing for us to have the discussion of, hey, I want the offense to be more simplified, which I've been asking for since like week 2 or week 3 of the season, and I've seen it the last 2 weeks, and they've played a better brand of football offensively. Here's Nick Sirianni yesterday talking about explosive plays and what I believe is an obsession from the organization.
We talk a lot about explosive plays. Our definition of explosive plays is 40s majorly explosive. The definition of our explosive plays are 20, give or take. To create one that's double that even puts your chances of scoring up even more. Constantly want to be able to create those. We have the players to be able to create those. The guys have done a good job of, Jalen yesterday, I don't know how, I think the one to AJ was probably like 43. But what a great throw by Jalen. What a great route by AJ. Had a couple by Saquon yesterday. When you're able to hit those and be explosive, it gives you a better chance to score points.
So he says he constantly wants to create those. They have the players to do those, and they believe that more explosive plays means more chances of scoring points.
I mean, on paper it does.
Yeah.
And that's a simple fact, right?
Analytics will tell you.
If you have 35 yards on a first down, there's a chance you're going to be closer to the end zone in order to score
right.
points.
Whereas my thought is touchdowns are touchdowns. Whether it's a 6-play drive or a 15-play drive, a touchdown's a touchdown. I have more faith in the Eagles scoring on 15-play drives than 6-play drives.
Yeah.
I 100% co-sign that.
Yeah, there's no way you could watch the team this year or even last year.
Yeah.
Let's even start for the 10-1 season when they started and thought, wow, this is an explosive offense. This is an offense that's going to get you down the field in 5 plays every single. No, they weren't. They would matriculate the ball down the field.
Right.
Sometimes it was pretty with these flashy plays. Sometimes it wasn't. At the end of the day, obviously, touchdowns are touchdowns. I think this team needs a little bit more of a methodical drive. I think it helps them get into their rhythm. I think you saw that on Sunday. Saquon Barkley, he mentioned, he was the one that I really thought had those explosive plays.
Yeah,
you really want to look at it.
He had 3 of them.
Yeah,
more than 20.
Yeah, they broke off in big ways. That is hard earned. I mean, these are not just plays that can happen. And it's like the Phillies relying always on the home run ball. It's not going to work.
We literally talked about that earlier.
They're rolling it back, so they're going to try to make it
there.
4th consecutive year. Going to try to make that work.
But Amy, you say you think they should. The question is, will they?
No.
I think they're obsessed with the chunk plays, big plays, explosive plays.
I know they are.
They have their own terminology of 20-plus and 40-plus. Like, they're obsessed with
super chunk plays.
That's what I thought about. He's like, well, everybody says that they're 40-plus yards. We say they're 20-plus yards, and then we have the double ones. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're reinventing language here. Explosive or not, I feel like you just – and Andrew, you said simplifying it. I think that is part of it, but also I think – why bite off more than you can chew?
Yeah.
The defense is giving you certain looks. Take what you can get. You're not always going to hit the home run, obviously to go back to the parallel. But I feel like that they do. It's hard not to be enamored with it because you know they can do it.
I like what you said,
can't.
though, because it leads to something that I believe is that we talked earlier about the defense and what would be sustainable. How much can the methodical offense help a young defense by giving them one less possession? If you keep a team, by the way, ESPN Stats and Info, thanks for this, for the last year and now 6 games, if you keep a team to 11 possessions or less, you're winning 70% of the time.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't let the other team have the ball, you win.
They can't score. I mean, that is just as old as it gets. And to your point, getting that long, sustained drive helps your young defense because they're not constantly trotting out on the field because you went 3 and out because you went for 3 long bombs.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like during our upcoming commercial break, we still got 10 minutes. I'm going to go through the first quarter drives for the Eagles and do the run pass ratio because I'm honestly curious.
Well, it's not going to be good at the beginning of the season.
No, and it wasn't good this past game either. The Eagles
didn't score.
They didn't start scoring until the second quarter, and it bothers me. Like when there was a clip from Sirianni's post-game press conference that we played a few times yesterday, where he was asked about the game plan or like. Is this something that we should be comfortable seeing moving forward, or is just this for this game? So, that was the game plan for this game. This is what this game called for.
I think it's like about identity almost. Like, you're a run team now.
Then why didn't you come into the game with that? Like, he basically got chessy. I know Sirianni's not on anybody's bad graces after this last game, but he basically got chessy with the media members saying, oh, well, I mean, that was the game plan for this game. Well, he didn't start that way.
I think he gets upset because in 2021, when he stood up after 7 games and said, I'm turning the play calling over, and I think that came from above.
Right.
That the team made the playoffs by being a run-first offense and being 3 yards, cloud of dust, just pound the ball. I think that bothered him because it made him look like it wasn't his offense.
Well, yeah, I mean, and let's face it, he was an offensive guy to come in here. You saw what he ran in the Colts, and yeah, they had Jonathan, they had a dynamic running back, but at the same time, they aired it out. He is an offensive guy. He wants to. They all do. No offensive coordinator in the right mind is like, you know what I want to do is just pound the ball constantly. They want to have creativity. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when you don't use it into the parameters of what the game is, like Andrew's point about, yeah, the run game turned out. Well, at least you were able to pivot because otherwise, if this was last season, it would have been like, nope,
it would have been the same thing over and over and over again.
We're just going to keep throwing to Devontae and AJ and hope to God that they somehow get open, even though everyone knows the ball is going to them.
And the only reason why we're having this conversation is you also have Saquon Barkley. Like, we're not discussing this conversation as if it's Kenneth Gainwell is your lead back.
Right.
It's Saquon. And Saquon's such a beast that you can do this. And I get it. Everybody's going, well, you also have AJ. You also have Devontae. You also have Dallas Goedert. There will be some games where you have to, like the Cleveland game. We had Jeff McLane on earlier. He said, I think they actually ran the ball too many times in that game because Saquon was never really getting going. He's probably on to something. And Jalen threw the ball well that game.
He did.
265 yards and 2 touchdown passes. But for the most part, I think it should start with the run.
Yeah, I feel like it is an old adage, but the run always sets up the pass. That's how it's been for the longest time since the pass became really in vogue in the NFL. You can't have one without the other. And people are going to talk about, the RPO and whatever nonsense. Call it whatever you want. The run has to set up the pass because if you don't keep defenses honest, then you're one-dimensional. It's just so simple. I was glad to see that they did shift away from whatever the game plan was in the first quarter.
Yes.
Because they clearly shifted. Because they were not running the ball. And they realized, all right, Saquon's going to eat today. He's going to eat all that he wants. He was a man, angry runs, whatever you want to call him. He was a man possessed. He played it down all week long, and I thought it was awesome.
Does it worry you guys that whatever plan they have on paper to come out with every week, they're being out-schemed by opposing defensive coordinators?
Yes.
Yeah,
that bothers me. It bothers me big time.
Because you wonder what they're watching during the week. Leopards don't change their spots,
I
right?
think they're trying to outthink the opposition.
Yeah, well, that's never a good thing.
I think, we talked about it earlier. The Baltimore Ravens last night going up against Tampa's defense. And by the way, Tampa's defense was more banged up when it faced the Eagles. And they said, wow, they even talked about it on the broadcast. They looked at the numbers and said, we can run the ball on this team and run it right at them. And what the Eagles saw was, hey, why do that? Let's pass it because they're not going to be expecting that.
Yeah.
And then they did it for 3 consecutive drives to put themselves down 21-0.
Yeah, I think about, is it bad, which is worse? Is it bad that you didn't have the correct game plan or if you don't go away from it? It's probably the worst one is that you don't go away from it. It's
because it's stubbornness.
Yeah,
and that's a downfall for a lot of coaches, right? And in all sports. It's not just a football thing. I mean, it's all sports when a coach is stubborn and says, this is my scheme, we're going to stick with it. But yeah, I mean, it is alarming. Like when Sirianni gets upset about the slow starts, and there was that Dan Orlovsky clip from last week that a lot of people were upset about when he pointed out the fact that the Eagles have been the least prepared team to start games. That's fact.
I mean, you just look at the numbers.
Real.
It's real.
They didn't score in the first quarter.
It's real. That whatever plan they have going in,
it's not working.
They're getting punked.
Actually, on both sides of the ball, too, which is a little bit more disturbing.
And I would tell you,
defense has been better to start
defense
games.
has been
better.
Better in comparison, yes.
Bar was
There
low,
we go.
but bar was low. Maybe they're putting the points on layaway.
I appreciate that.
It's positive conduct.
It has been better at times.
Yes.
All right,
before you run.
What do we have on the text line there, Connor? Would love to hear from the people. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. You know our conversation at this point today. Should the Eagles have Jalen Hurts more of a game manager? It's not just him as the quarterback. It's also an organizational philosophy where they seem to obsess over chunk plays and big plays. And in the last 2 games where they've gone away with that, you could make the case, I believe it's fact, that they've had their most efficient games offensively in the last 2 games. Yes, it was the Giants and it was the Browns. But you know what? Those are 2 of the better defenses they've played so far this season. So maybe we're on to something here. What do we got, Connor?
Trevor from Percy checks in and says, I agree Jalen is a good game manager, but his contract says he should be more. Hearing John say if he throws 2-1, we're in trouble, although I agree and he's right, is worrying to me because I wonder how many other teams say that about their franchise quarterback.
That's not no lies detected.
But I'll say this to that texter's point. That's the money that's just going around quarterbacks in the NFL these days. Right?
No, it is.
I'd rather have a conversation about Jalen Hurts and whether or not he might be better if you have him do a little bit less than be a Jaguars fan right now going, oh, we just paid Trevor Lawrence all that money. He might stink. Or a Chargers fan. Wow, I really need Harbaugh to turn Herbert into this prototype quarterback that everybody believes in. At least I can have the conversation of, yeah, Jalen can do, if we need him to throw the ball in order to win, he can do it. But if I need him to be a game manager so that we can win more football games, I don't care how much he's getting paid. At least I'm having the conversation of strengths and not just, oh, crap, we might be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, so here's what I think it is. And I was going to bring this up in headlines, but we had to get to McLane. But I think what you're asking is less of Jalen Hurts and more of the coaching staff around Jalen Hurts. It's not that he's not capable of being a guy that can throw the ball down the field. And it's not that in big games we don't believe he can still be that guy at some point because we saw him do it in 22. But I think this team, with their personnel, operates better if Sirianni and Moore take that off the table for him. Not because of capability, but of maximizing where he is now. And then you could still believe that Jalen Hurts in the postseason could be a guy that can go out there and throw for 300 and 2 touchdowns because we've seen it. But so it's more an ask of the coaching staff than a drawback on Hurts.
It goes back to the Nick Foles thing. Like Nick Foles all of a sudden balled out in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl.
Foles honestly may be the least successful starting quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl.
Could be.
In the history. And I know we hate to hear it. It's the truth. He may be. He's in the conversation.
He's probably more successful overall than Trent Dilfer.
For his career, yes. I would consider
27
him,
and 2 is pretty ridiculous.
Johnson.
Yeah, that's the
those are our bars.
That's the aberration.
But still, like, they wanted to do the RPO. They wanted to utilize the run game, and then he had to throw against the Patriots.
No, wait a minute, though. Then remember, they didn't want to do that. They put him in there and asked him to run the offense that Carson Wentz was running.
And then he
was like, yeah, that's not how this works.
So then they came up with a game plan after that, and it worked.
And it did work, but they tried it. They went to a simplified
they
salvage
had to.
it. Yeah, they had to because he couldn't run it.
All right, I'm currently working on the first quarter run to pass ratio. So on the other side, I will tell you exactly what it is.
Oh, that's a tease.
But also we got to talk some hoops because the NBA starts tonight.
Amy will start tomorrow night for the Sixers. I'm gonna ruin the tease.
They might need her. But we'll talk some Sixers hoops as well as the show continues. Always love our Tuesdays with Amy when she joins us for the entire hour. So that continues next. It is Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
It is 9:30 on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic, and we're joined by Amy Fadool for the entire 9 o'clock hour, which we love doing on Tuesdays.
As I'm telling Andrew, gift ideas.
Yeah, gift ideas.
For the holiday.
Yeah,
I love the holiday.
Amy, before the show started today.
She doesn't know this about
So
me.
the Home Depot ad that you hear during the holidays
Yes.
dum, dum, dum,
Started
dum,
this
dum,
morning.
dum, and you
No,
hear the
it
jingle.
didn't.
Yes, it did.
But this guy goes, "Oh my God, violation that they're already airing this." He's done Christmas shopping
Not
already.
done. Almost done.
Almost
Then
done.
it's not a violation. You're already there.
He's already there.
You
So
were
it's-
singing
it's
jingle bells
perfect.
on the way
no,
in.
I don't though. I say because I'm married
feel like
to
you did.
I'm married to one of those psycho people that the day that the Christmas music comes on the radio,
No,
or
it's
the
on.
Oh, she's on.
Yeah.
She will air.
That's her. You've done
Like, no,
your Christmas
yeah, but I don't
shopping.
do-
You've already done your shopping.
I
So
do have- I have a-
you played
put
into
that
their.
on her.
You played into them.
I
Don't
have a
put that on
secret-
her.
I have a secret file that I put gift ideas all year long, and then when I hear Christina go, like we're in the mall or something, she'll go, "I like that. That's a good," and then I'll put it in the secret file, locked, and then I'll buy it.
All right, so then don't rip Home Depot
Yeah,
for
but I
playing
don't know.
their,
Listen, they
their
gotta get-
Christmas jingle already.
Listen, that's their preparation. You make word files.
They do commercials.
commercials.
And look, they keep the lights
notes,
on for
notes
us.
on your Apple device.
Okay,
It's the
notes.
Apple Notes.
I'm
file.
hearing don't talk about it, be about it, John Kincade.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, my brother's getting married Friday. I got his wedding gift yesterday.
Good work by
That's
you.
how
See?
you wait.
That's impressive.
good work
Listen,
by
that's
you.
better
By the
than
way,
Thursday.
cash is king.
I won't
Just gonna
say.
tell
I won't
ya.
say what I got him
Cash is
because
king.
you may be listening.
I was. All right, I'm gonna say something. My sister's wedding. I was still a senior in college.
Okay.
So I didn't have much money.
Did your parents help you with the
No,
gift?
I took care of it myself.
Well done.
But I was very fortunate. I was able to go to Paris, thanks to my in-laws. Big shout out to them. And so I forgot about the wedding gift.
Oh,
It was
no.
like the day of, and I go, crap. What do I do?
You have a year.
That's
Don't you,
factual.
Amy?
Yes, you're correct.
Oh, really? I had a
You
whole-
have a
Technically,
year to give a wedding gift.
Technically,
Oh,
you do.
okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to give them something on their wedding day, and I was like, "Oh, dude, I know what to do. I was just in Paris, so I went to a liquor.
you didn't.
I went to a liquor store and went to the French
You get,
wine
like,
section, and I was like, "These are the notes I took while I was in Paris, and I found these bottles, and so that's why I got you these bottles."
Stop it.
And I
That's
think-
actually very creative.
I think that's really good on your feet, except if your sister listens, you're screwed.
I am screwed. Well, now they've been married for a while now.
Listen, she still enjoyed the
She
hell
still
out of
know
that
this
French
story?
wine.
She doesn't know that story.
It's still
You
French
just told
wine.
stuff.
Yeah,
See,
they
my
were
family-
like
It's
12
still French.
bottles. They're $12 a bottle. They
The
weren't the nicest
Salciunases have a
bottle.
different rule. If I say any family story on the air, one of my family tattles to whoever I say it to.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. I mean, there's a network of tattletales.
All right, I got to get back to sports talk before Connor kills me. Okay.
He brought up the wedding gifts.
He did. That's right.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Interesting. What are you, Nick Sirianni?
Oh, don't
Playing
players on a
other
team.
people?
Connor, don't you make up your
Interesting.
teammates sometimes?
Yeah, be about
Be
it.
about it.
Right.
All right. The
Keep
run,
the main thing the main
the
thing.
run pass ratio. Before we get to the Sixers talk, because I'm fired up for tomorrow, and I know you are, Amy. I did the math like a lunatic. So they have ran in the first quarters this season 61 plays.
Okay.
They have ran the ball 25 times. They have passed the ball 36 times. Now, if somebody's tuning in going, well, what's the point of even bringing that up? How many points have they scored in the first quarter this season? The answer is 0. And what we have seen in the last 2 weeks, once the first quarters have come to an end, which, by the way, the Browns game, it was 50-50, 5 runs, 5 passes. This past game was 7 runs to 8 passes, but we know he only threw the ball 7 more times.
In the entire game.
And they had their best offensive performance. So the game plans have sucked to start, and then they've made adjustments. And they have started running the ball more, which then led to victories. They only ran the ball twice in the first 2 possessions against the Packers. How did they score 3 times? Didn't Saquon Barkley score running the
That he
ball?
did,
Yeah.
my friend.
The Falcons game, it was split 9-9, but there was a 3rd and 4 that they decided to pass on, and then they went for it on 4th and 4, and they threw another incompletion. If you're going to go for it on 4th down, why not gain the 2 or 3 yards on the
Set
ground?
yourself up for some success.
The Saints game, just 2 runs to 6 passes. The 6th pass was an interception. The Bucs game, 2 runs to 4 passes. They couldn't do anything offensively, and the defense was gassed by the second quarter, and that's why it was 24-0. Go into the game with a run-first mentality. That was the point of doing this exercise.
It seems so simple. Like the example of the Bucs game is the most egregious. There's 6 plays. They ran 6 plays in a quarter. Running the ball enables you not only to keep the ball longer, run more plays, but also keep your defense off the field.
Right.
Like, this is not that hard.
It's not.
It's really not. And go back to something we were talking about earlier. It's Saquon Barkley. It's not just some random running back that you're like, hope that we can get off a couple of chunk yards and set up a 3rd and 7.
Right.
No.
It's not the Buccaneers. Who's that? Their third string running back that had the big game 2 weeks ago. Tucker? Was it Spencer Tucker?
Spencer.
Was that his name?
Sean Tucker.
Sean Tucker. Thank
Even
you.
better.
It's not Sean Tucker. It's Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
The Eagles are 17th in points per game scored at this point in the NFL for the season. They're 7th.
That's 17th after last week.
17th.
Yeah.
Right now, week 7 is complete through 6 games for us. 17th in points per game scored, which is absurd. That's terrible.
With the offense that
With
you
this
have.
offense,
And they're
yeah.
7th in points per game allowed.
Yeah, I mean, that's
7th in the league. That's crazy. And that's the script that nobody knew was coming.
I mean, you knew that the defense wasn't going to be as good, right? Your hope was just to outscore the other team.
Right.
You just thought, all right, we're going to allow 25 points. We just hope we can score 35.
Only 6 teams are giving up less points.
Yeah, I mean,
than
the defense is the defense.
That's crazy.
Is
to me.
tremendous.
Yeah, I thought that they were going to not be great.
I didn't either. I thought that.
But
What
you
did we
thought-
say? What did we say? Like 15, 14?
We were saying
And we
middle,
would love
we
that.
thought
be in the middle.
15 to 20
And they may
somewhere
end
would be
up-
fine, which is fine. If
They
they
may
end up
end
in
up
the 15 to 20 overall defensive ranking, that's fine.
Sure.
But offensively, you can't be 17th, and that includes the points they just put up on the board. I would love to see what those numbers were before the Giants game, when they actually saw an offensive output. That was the first time you really thought, besides the Packers game, you thought, this offense seems to be working. It's the only time this season. And I know we're obviously not dealing with 15 games, but it is emblematic of what you will see over those 15 games.
Will Joel Embiid play tomorrow night? There's a transition.
Oh, no. Here we go.
I think he will.
I think so, too. My fingers are crossed.
Yeah.
I think he will play as well.
I do not think we'll see Paul George.
John's very concerned about
I'm
the
going off
knee.
the Keith Pompey reporting is that that they could both be missing, him and Paul George.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance Paul George. It was a good sign that Joel Embiid was at practice, even if it wasn't a limited role. They obviously have practice today. They're talking around noon, 12:15-ish or so. So we'll hear a little bit more about that. I just love that Nick Nurse is talking about injuries, and we haven't even had a game yet.
Yeah.
The good news is Tyrese Maxey's full go.
Yep.
I think that those are really positive things. The reason you get the third player is to have, the leeway of when one of your guys gets injured. Do you want it in October 23rd? Hell no, you don't.
No, of course not.
Well, I'll ask the question, and I know it'll bother Andrew because we tend to butt heads over Joel. Why in the world would there be any kind of load management or worry or ramp up period for a guy for opening night? They've had 6 weeks to ramp up.
So
What is it? Is it an injury?
I don't think it is.
Really?
I mean, maybe
opening night. You're going to miss opening night.
It could happen. I don't know. I'm not going to put the speculation out there that maybe there was something that tweaked. I'm not entirely sure about that. Obviously, something's bothering him. I don't know if I would call it a full-blown injury, but I do think from the outset, they've all had the same language. And if you want to read between the lines, do whatever. I think the mindset is he's going to be limited. And I don't mean limited as an injury capacity. I mean, this guy's not going to play 72 games this year, and he's not going to be out there for every single practice in a full participant.
All right, what
way.
did you make of Kevin Garnett? Did you see him on the podcast ripping Embiid for not wanting to play in back-to-backs when Kevin Garnett, after he turned 30, is doing the exact same thing
Correct.
that Joel Embiid is going to be doing? What did you make of that?
Yeah, but he did play back-to-backs. It's just the amount of games he didn't play, right?
No, he did. There was a couple times that he didn't play back to back.
There were a couple times that he did, but overall it was more of he took time off.
I could care less. It's impossible for me. I could not care less, I should say. I don't, because I think it's nonsensical. It's so much easier to sit in a podcast chair and be like, oh, my God.
But it's weird. It's not like it's some guy running a Muse account on Twitter. It's a guy who did it himself in his career.
Yeah, that to me is like even more problematic. It's like, why? What's glass house are you throwing those rocks in there,
Right.
friend?
Okay, what I'd say to you, although respectfully, is we never have had. These are supposed to be the best conditioned athletes we've ever had in pro sports because they spend more money on nutrition and training and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, physiology, though, wise.
We do all these things, and what do? We expect less of them.
I differ with a little bit as far as I think that there is much more attention paid to and how these guys are training, what they're eating, all that other good stuff. But also physically, I think it's a lot different a game than it was.
I think it's an easier game.
I think it's a more finesse game, which I think is harder on different things. The fast twitch muscles, the quick release, the up and down.
Soft tissue stuff.
Different things. It was certainly physical in the 80s and 90s, right?
Much more physical.
Rick Mahorn's out there, those guys. I've always talked about this. Michael Jordan would feast in the game today.
Oh, my God.
He would be amazing. LeBron would have been fine back then because he's built like a truck. But those guys, it's more of a finesse game. So I feel like there's a little bit of a difference there in that regard. You're not asking less of them. You're asking different things of them. So I think it's different in that regard. But to me, if Kevin Garnett wants to make fun, whatever, get him to the post. I don't care if every single person goes on their own podcast after having sit out every single back-to-back and calls Joel Embiid out, as long as he gets there in May.
Right, and if he's healthy and they win an NBA Finals, that's all you care about. I did see a video of Paul George running yesterday. Hopefully that's a good sign.
Yes, that's where we're at.
I need
on
signs.
October 22nd.
On opening night.
I know, that's what
I know.
Opening night.
I know,
that's
that
what we're
sucks.
talking about.
All right, coming up next, we got the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show, and we'll wrap things up. Amy Fadool joining us until 10 o'clock when the Mike Missanelli Show comes your way right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The best show ever with Ricky Vitalico and Tyrone.
Morning. We are joined, and we love it, by Amy Fadool. She'll close out the show with us. But let's first get to the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, good morning.
And a good morning to you. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm in a good mood because the Eagles won, and the Eagles won by 25 points, and there's not much to yell and scream about. And for the people that go, you like it when they lose. No,
we like it when they win.
Believe it or not, we are Eagles fans. We just have to be a little bit more harsh when it comes to reality with this football team at times. But we are ultimately Eagles fans, and so I'm in a good mood, just like it seems like a lot of Eagles fans are in a good mood. We are going to have a conversation that might not keep people in a good mood, Johnny.
What would that be?
Whether or not the Eagles should make Jalen Hurts a game manager. And the reason why I know that might not put people in a good mood is because there are people that are very prideful of Jalen Hurts, very protective of Jalen Hurts, and there are buzzwords that people hear that make them upset, like the term regress. Jalen Hurts has regressed since 2022.
He has.
Doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback.
No.
He's just not as good as what he was in his best season of his NFL career. When people hear the term game manager, they think I want him to not do anything but just hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley. No, I want him to still throw the football, but I think there are ways to do it where it's not just deep shots downfield and it trying to be chunk play after chunk play after chunk play. Instead, do things underneath. Run the football. Use yourself run the football. Do things with Devontae Smith over the middle of the field. Go back to the slant routes with A.J. Brown. Don't try to junk it up too much, which is something that the Eagles obsess with as an organization. Not a Kellen Moore thing. This is a philosophical belief in the Eagles organization that they want chunk plays and explosive plays. So our question today, right out the gate, should the Eagles make Jalen Hurts a game manager? And would you, as an Eagles fan, be okay with it?
To me, I look at game manager as a positive. I totally understand, though, in the age of video game football and a very dynamic passing game that a lot of fans prefer, that they look at that and go, boring. That's not what I want to be. I want my team to be sexy, have a sexy attack. I don't. I want to win.
Right.
I want to win.
Hold on a second. Now that leads to another question. Can you win in a big picture way?
Can I tell you something that's going to tell you why?
Yes, please.
Do you think the Baltimore Ravens can win a Super Bowl this year?
Yes.
Derrick Henry's their big name free agent.
Yes.
So similar to what we got with Saquon Barkley.
Absolutely.
Last night, when he was on the field for first down, they ran the ball 10 out of 16 times.
Yeah.
They said, we're going to line up, we're going to tell you it's coming, and it's going to come 10 out of 16 times he was on the field. Derrick Henry ran the ball on first down. To me, you can be a run-first offense. And I think Lamar Jackson, as dynamic as he is a bit of a game manager.
Covering the Eagles for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com. That's Jeff McLane. Jeff, good morning. How you doing today?
Look, you have to be multiple in this league. You have to be able to adapt to whatever defense is showing you in terms of what they're doing up front, in terms of the coverages. So that's the most important thing. But, yeah, I think there's an argument to be made that just maybe take a little bit off Jalen's plate and the offense will hum a little more.
People are going to hear the term game manager and they're going to look at it or hear it and go, oh, my God, you guys think less of Jalen Hurts.
No.
I don't understand why that term is thought of as some bashing term. I understand why, because if you go back to the days of Trent Dilfer, people called him a game manager, and obviously Jalen Hurts is more talented than Trent Dilfer. But in today's NFL and on a team like this, where you have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Saquon Barkley and Dallas Goedert when he's healthy, the offensive line that you have in front of him, game manager, you could still have a 20-plus yard play when it's a 5-yard route.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be shots downfield, which is something the Eagles are obsessed with.
I thought Sunday's game was as boring an Eagles game as far as the approach that you could take. And it was so damn rewarding. It was awesome. It was awesome. I mean, I enjoyed every bit of it in the fourth quarter with my feet up.
Yeah, of course.
Not stressing, not wondering what were we going to talk about the next morning. It was wonderful.
Day yesterday. All right, that is the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by our friends at the Von C. Brewing Company. Check out their Key 3 in Norristown, the Stony Creek East Coast IPA, which is an American IPA with citrusy hop notes and a smooth, dry finish. The Uncle Jerry's Wit, which is a Belgian-style wheat beer. And Amy, remember German John?
Yes.
I thought
that's what I missed last week.
No,
I really did.
I thought we got away from it.
Because
we have a new Key 3.
The Munich-style beers.
We still have a Munich, so please.
You see, because the Frau Amy would enjoy the Munich style. It's like when you're in Norristown, you think you're in Munich.
Yes, I do.
You think you're right there every time you go to Norristown.
Check out their website, vonseabrewing.com. Find out where you can pick up their
Amy's
Key 3.
like, what the
we even
hell
found
am I-
out. We found out last week the instead of .com, it's what is it again?
.du? DE?
DE.
.de.
For
.de.
Deutschland.
For Deutschland,
Yeah,
yes.
so we
correct. That's
learned-
super authentic.
We learned that one last week.
Yeah.
See, this show,
It's educational.
it's not just
Isn't it,
about
though?
sports. We learn
It's
about a lot of
educational.
things.
We also learned that you have up to a year to give a wedding gift.
Yeah, Andrew
Yes.
didn't know that today.
No.
You also have up to a year to say thank you for the said gift.
Yeah, guess what? By the way, that's become a thing of the past. Thank you notes? Oh, it's terrible. The amount of non-thank you notes.
Okay, well, let's bring that back.
My wife has got a mental list of going, wait a minute. No thank you note?
Thank you text is fine.
She's like,
Thank you
Elaine-
notes are too much.
She's
A
like,
thank
no,
you
it's
text
not.
is-
No, a thank you
Now,
text
hold
is
on,
not
hold
good
An
on,
enough.
acknowledgement
hold
of the
on.
gift.
Thank you note.
We did thank you notes for the
A wedding text is,
bridal
Yeah, that's
bridal
fine. No.
party, the bridal shower, wedding, and
Yes.
then the baby, the
the baby.
baby, the baby,
the baby
thing.
The baby.
the baby thing.
For the baby.
But like his first birthday, we didn't do thank
No,
you
no, no, no.
notes.
You know what? You know what? You know what? No, when the
is
kid. You
happening
know what?
right
You know what
now?
Liv does? You know what Liv does every Christmas? She literally has a. She has
She
her own
thanks Santa?
She sends every. No, she's 20. She gets Santa gifts too, but for her uncles and everything like that, she writes out a handwritten thank you card and
Wait,
sends
you
it.
do this too? Wow.
I can't
We
believe.
just had a birthday party, a
Now
4-year-old
wait a
and a
minute.
10-year-old party.
Cooper
Writing
is
those-
not expected to do that. Till he's like what, 5 or
writing,
6?
Sean's writing
No.
these puppies now.
5 or 6. You start that.
I mean, the parent does it, and the child should be able to like
Right, put their
participate
name
in
on
it.
it.
You know
and
what the
everything.
thank you note is from my child's first birthday party? The hundreds
not
of
one.
cans of beer that I provided
Correct.
for everybody.
Yeah, it really is a thank you.
Nobody paid a dime at my house
Yeah.
except for the gift
It's
for
a lost
Cooper.
art.
That's the thank you. Here, drink up.
I tell
Yeah.
my students, I'm like, get some stationery, and when you go on a job interview, send a handwritten thank you note. They'll be blown away. They'll be like, wait a minute.
I haven't
Who
thanked
was that?
anybody here. I've been here for 10 years, John.
Here's
Yeah,
my
it shows.
overall thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
That's all you get.
Thank you, 975.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning, and make a donation today to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
Amy, you're the best. What's the
You are,
schedule
Amy.
for you this week? Because obviously Sixers
Yep.
makes you a little bit more busier now.
It does. Today, Sixers practice. I'm actually going to swing by, though, the Eagles coordinators first at 11:30,
okay.
and then hit up Sixers practice after that. So I'll have a report on that. And then, of course, tomorrow we have a Q&A from 5 to 6 at Xfinity Live ahead
Nice.
of
That's going to be fun.
pregame show. It is on the national broadcast, but we do have a pregame show for the opener, of course.
Well, we will be watching. We're
All right.
looking forward to
See
it.
you guys then. I'll
Yep,
see you
we'll
guys
be
next
back
week.
at it tomorrow morning. It's an Adam Schefter Wednesday, so make sure you're listening tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Mike Missanelli Show.